Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wapoville. We got ourselves. This is a biggie right here. This is a biggie. This is going to be our corrupted version of Arthur. Here's the non-corrupted version of Arthur. There you go. It's going to be a little bit different. You can see some references down in the corners there. Orangey glow. I mean, that's kind of standard for our Cyberthurians of the corrupted nature. Where's Mr. Galahad over here? Maybe we'll have him out here for a spell just so people can see, unless he gets in the way, in which case, well, we might have to move him, Landrast. So I hope everybody's doing good. Are you still at the game castle out there? Again, MTO is and all the friends out there. Nice to see you guys. So yeah, it's gonna have a glowy sword like this, like that. Glowy stuff on him, the cloak. It's like no mystery there. That's pretty standard stuff. You know what? He's going to have to just go back in there. Could just he doesn't actually have. He doesn't. He can maybe go over here. Yeah. He doesn't have a magnet there. Well, you have to make sure that Lindsay doesn't keep doing that to you there, Landrast. Stern actions. Yes, indeed. Might have to start taking away some hobby supplies or something like that. Take away those clippers. See how easy it is to assemble all those sprues with no clippers. Now, we got ourselves Puro Orange. A little bit of this here yellow. There's no mystery as to what we're going to be doing here. Now, I got some zooms here too. We'll zoom in on this. We'll get some zooms going here. There we are. And it's always, all that stuff that I sent you, that's like, I don't know, 10% of that's just the opening salvo of stuff there. So there's way more stuff. I didn't even send you the RPG stuff yet. Great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. So Nurgle Matthew, I don't know if you had a chance to see last night, but looky here. Trench Crusade back on the menu. Yeah. Stained glass, shiny stuff. Stained glass and shiny stuffs. So great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Hopefully Saturday was all fantastic. Nice to see you there, Seneca. So now, of course, happy Saturday there, Seneca. Sorry I didn't get. I was going to try to start a few minutes earlier. There was just a bunch of messages that I had to answer. So sorry, there was a bit of a delay. I still can't believe I was down there priming. I think I sent you a bunch of pictures, right, Landrast? There's 7 of these. I'm like, what? I thought there was more of these. There were 7 of these things that never got their spray stuff on them. Oh, hey there, Mutu. Boy, Mutu, I hope that you're doing well. Mutu, oh my god, Mutu, there's been so much stuff. Now, Mutu, did you see the marble vids? There was 4 of them, right? Yeah, there was 4 of those bad boys. There was 4 of them. So great to see you again there, Mutu. You know what? Give me. We got genuine Fanchon red out here on the palette too. By the way, that is Fanchon red, Puro orange. We ain't fooling around here. We're going with the big dogs. There you are. What was that? Alright, some more of this over here. Gonna have the glowy stuff going on in the chest there. Just raisins. I need me some more chocolate covered raisins. Let's get me some of this down here. Then we're gonna do the darker glazy stuff too, because, well, we can do that. Yeah. Again, this is like super mysterious stuff here. We've never done this before, right then, Nurgle Matthew? Yeah, the Puro, actually, Landris, the Puro Red is super handy for that first kind of a glazy thing after you've done the initial source light stuff. Especially because it's kind of a warmer red. That's some neat stuff. What was that? Series 3 Galen, I think, right, Landrest? And of course, Mutu, you want to share some stuffs in the chat. No, I guess you can still rate, even with that other profile, you could still, yeah, I could still put some stuff in the chat, I'm sure. But yeah, if you want to share some stuff there, Mutu, please go ahead. So Recoil, I got some stuff to send you. Recoil, I tried something in Suno. It was an experiment. Now the first 8 tries yielded weird results, but I finally learned how to how to do the setting on it. It's gonna be. It took a while, but I think it's gonna be a fun way of adjusting stuff. Geez, you get. Oh wow. So I think let me see if I can find it here. It might take a little exploration. No, that ain't it. That's Richardson. That's Indian red. Oh, nope, that's naphthol. Where is that thing? How does it disappear? Oh, there it is. Pyrrole red. Okay, not Perlian red. Never mind. Never mind. I can. Well, yeah. I'm surprised it's only a series 4 then. Landrast. So great to see you there, Recoil. Okay, well, let's keep doing it. No, I'm gonna stick with this for now. Gonna grab ourselves another brushy here. One of you guys will work. How about you? Great to see you there, Camda. Camda, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, I hope that the stream was super fun. Actually, I hope. Now, was that just a temporary little slide back into the feverish range there, Camda, or did things get a little bit better? Because it seemed like things were good, and then all of a sudden there was like a shivering and shaking and all kinds of stuff going on there. So hopefully, hopefully things got a little bit better after that. That seemed like it got a little rough there again. And again, I wouldn't trust the little kitties there, Camda. Again, it doesn't take much. Small people have a very small price tag, so might be able to utilize them. That is not going to be a soft enough brush. Might just. Ooh, this one might be. All right. Let me try this here. That's what I need. Maybe the Indian yellow plus that. Oh yeah, geez, I completely forgot to put this out there. Okay, yeah, that was kind of funky there, Cam. It was like everything was pretty cool, and then all of a sudden things were not cool. All right, we'll give it a little teensy. I might even put a little bit thinner in here. Ooh, is that too much? I don't think it's too much. I don't think so. Nah. That might have been just the right amount. There we are. So yeah, Recoil got a bunch of stuff to show you. Come on, get in. Oh, gee whiz, wow. I didn't think that was going to be quite that light. That's alright, because now we're mixing it in over here. And we get some of that over here. There we go. Now we can rework that a little smidge there. Okay. It's a blur on multiple levels, right, Camda? And of course, Camda, you want to share stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. And again, Landrest, that boat is going to look fantabulous. Yeah, that thing is going to be super, super, super. I know it looks really, really cool. Looks really cool already, and it's going to be mighty, mighty awesome when it's all done. Come on, get in there. So Rico, can you believe that the doggies they managed to beat they beat the D's, so they're actually in the playoffs, and actually Collingwood got smoked by Carleton. Yes, indeed, Carleton smoked Collingwood. So well, now I guess of course They have to play Collingwood now in that first round, probably next weekend. Not really holding out a whole bunch of hope because, well, I mean they did manage to survive that earlier game against Collingwood, but it was literally surviving, right, Rico? Because we were on that one. We were on that particular matchup there. That was spicy. That was one of those down to the last tick of the clock type of things, right, Recoil? And of course, just one Saturday from just next Saturday. A reminder that the most sacred time of year begins, a time of great rejoicing throughout all the universe as college football season resumes. Yeah. More college football, more better. More that light coming down this way. Get this orange. Over here, there's a couple little Rockies getting some glowy stuff here, just because. Maybe a little bit over there. So Camden, you want to share some stuff there? Please go ahead, do that. Of course. Well, golly gee willikers, this took all of 11 minutes. Yeah. It's super tough, right, Recoil? It's a rough life here doing the object source lighting. Nice to see you there, Dee Dee. Appreciate you being here. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camden just shared. Dee Dee, if you wanted to share some stuff in chat, you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. Same thing there, Nurgle Matthew. You want to share some stuff. Like always, you know the deal. Also, too, M-Toys, I know you're busy doing miniature stuff there, but if you want to share some things in the chat, please go ahead. I know you got a whole bunch of stuff that you're doing, so we're just kind of getting that started too. Eventually, that's going to be a whole lot later, but for now, we're just doing that. Maybe there and a little something there. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Candace shared. Check out the TikTok link that DD Minis just shared. Do the follow, do the stuff. Do the Indian yellow and the white together. And then we go like this. Some of that over here. Some of that over here. We might just need some thinner in this right here too. Maybe a little more. Not a bunch more, but I think we need a little bit more. Thinner. Yes, that's it. There you go. Sometimes, again, it just takes a little tiny bit more. Little adjustment in the consistency can have a big old deal, right, Camden? Big change, big effect for just a tiny little bit. More of our light just wandering down there with one of our one happy choice brushies there. Let's try a little bit of the light over here. Let me get that. More thinner, maybe. Some more thinner. And we actually have a whole bunch of zooms that we can do here. So I believe we can get mighty close. Look at that. Look how close we can get. Yeah, I can get super close. There you go. Might actually just set it at this for right now. Let us take another one of these brushes here. Let me just get some of this orangey red stuff out of here first. One sec. So again, check out the Instagram link that Cam this year. Check out the TikTok link that DD Mays just shared. That's not supposed to go over there. We got the violet. We got... Okay, fine. We got some... Looks like some coal black getting mixed in with this for a warmer gray. That's gonna go down here for the stone stuff. For the cloaky there. Some of that over here. Now, how's about? Oh, look at this! It's our not radiant periwinkle. Camda's absolute favorite. That's gonna go over here. Also there. Some of it there. No, no, no. There we go. More of it lighter. Then we're gonna do some of the, let that zoom back out now that we're doing some broader stuff here. Let's do that. I wouldn't be surprised if I have to go and grab me some more of our fabulous white here. Still got to remember, Cam, to get me some another one of those 3-packs. Well, and by the way, yeah, this was that Saturn printer, right? The one that works, as in this one, and there's the other one that doesn't work at all, which is bizarre because again, it's the same files, same resin, same everything, same settings. One works, spitting out stuff like this. The other one does not. Spitting out, well, basically nothing. Uses up the resin real nice. It uses it up very efficiently. Doesn't really do anything with it except make a mess. Let me do this. More here. Little moment right there. And this over here. I don't think we'll really be doing a bunch with, say, the weathering powders. Well, this is gonna be interesting. That's gonna be real interesting to see again. This dichotomy of the high intensity warm colors and then the low intensity cooler colors, or neutral or cooler. A little bit of both, maybe. I want to take you, and then we do a little bit of this in there. Get in there. And maybe a little bit in there too. Alright. Alright. Still good. You know what? No. Where's that smaller one? Or we grab one of our not filbert brushes, one of our number 8 round crafty brushes, and do that. Yeah, let me see what happens with this guy here. Just trying to smush all of the source light color out of there. Also get this out of my way. Well, that's going to be light. That's for sure. Not about that. This armor over here. There. Also up there and over here. Then we'll be able to hit this with our dark glazy stuff. Gotta establish a little bit more light over here first, or at least mid-tone, at least that much. There we go. So again, Mutu, it's great to see you back. Great to see you back. There's been so much stuff. Where's our Mordred bust? Oh, there it is. Yeah. There's a Mordred bust. Was this Monday or no? This was Thursday. This was the Thursday stream. Then we did the Trench Crusade, Byzantium Wars bust last night, and of course Monday we did this here. The very first of our Woden ships. Look at that fabulous brand new fleet. Yes, indeed. There's my lighter. I'm like, where did that brush go? I had my light stuff on there. More of that light here. Anything? Yeah, here, I'm gonna... And I'll let the orangey stuff mix in. That's literally making me like a little bit of a skinny tone right there. I'll take it. So, so Nurgle Matthew, how goes all the tournament prep stuff there? I know that you've been working real hard on well, a whole bunch of different things. I hope that that's going well. Time's a wasting, as they say, right, Nurgle Matthew? Maybe you'll pop this in again. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda paints with the oils. Camda was painting with the oils also too. It's still a happy birthday, right? It's still a happy birthday, right, Camda? I believe so. I wonder if do I still have that here? Oh, I do. There you go. There's a happy birthday for Camda right there. Where's my... Oh, that's not that. That would not have been the right overlay. So there's a little happy birthday for Camda. Again, Camda here's hoping that everything just kind of starts to calm down. People start to, well, people will start to get better just in time for somebody else to get sick, right, Camda? That's kind of how that works. It's sort of a, oh, it's like Battlestar Galactica. This has all happened before. It will all happen again. Yes, life is Battlestar Galactica, right? Right, Recoil. Now, I think it is time for some of those glazy things. Maybe I'm going to use this here. Pruning Crimson. Where'd my thinner go? Let me use this here. Well, you have to trade it in. You have to say this model is defective, right, Camda? You just have to trade it in for something else. Might as well let him know. No pressure, right, right, Camda? And especially since there is the potential that one or more of them is wearing a wire anyway. And I'm pretty sure that, I mean, it would only take a certain amount of Tim Tams, especially the chocolate mint variety of Tim Tams. I mean, it's like, sorry, Mom, got to turn you in. There's Tim Tams at stake here. It was a nice run. It was a nice run. Appreciate everything. But again, there's Tim Tams. So, yep, time for them to take you away. Let me get some more of this red in here. Get some more of that over here. Up in here. Well, look at that. The pin line white came from this side all the way over to here. Now that's pretty wild. That is wild. There we go. Let's keep doing this. Again, this is our fabulous Purdying Crimson. In here. Then some of the rest of that's going to have to be over here. That's going to be some of our cooler colors. So like we got on that side there. Down into these recesses here. And again, that's mixing the whole time. That is genuinely mixing there. So if we do this here, that is mixing with that stuff, that the lighter dry brushy stuff we put on there. Yeah, that's mixing with that. And guess what? 24 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. Did do some of the the darker primer stuff down in the shadow areas just because those are hard to get to. That's all. And really, you wouldn't be able to see them if I was to, I couldn't even have those on camera. They would be invisible anyways. You know what? Oh, there we are. And then see here, we'll just let that mix. And that's just something that you cannot do. And we proved that with the latest video, right, Camda? The thing with was it the one-step paints or whatever those things were? Yeah, the monument one-step paint. That's right. No, I'll wait. For this stuff down here, I think I'm gonna get one of the larger crafty brushes for that. There. Gotta get that on the armor over here. There you are. Get in there. Do that glazy stuff. Do that pin line washy type stuff. So it doesn't really seem to stay as wet as long there, Artemichael. Also, it definitely doesn't have any of the glossiness that the contrast stuff does. That contrast paint can definitely have some gloss to it for sure. And they're basically they're sort of like high intensity inks there, Artemichael. I think that would be what would you say, the best comparison for those things. What was it? A set of 12? I think there's sets of 12. I don't know. I don't know what's in the second set, but apparently the second set is either out there or about to be out there. I think you could get them at Gen Con. Yeah. What was in the first one? There was an orange. That's what we're doing the object source light stuff. There was an orange. There was a red. There was a couple of different browns. There was definitely like an ultramarine blue. There was some kind of green in there. Oh, and there was a violet. So in the whatchamacallit there you didn't have a little thing of that medium, but is that what is it a separate? Is it one of these size containers there, Erdomichael, or is it one of the more like the standard Pro Acryl size container? Oh, geez, Erdomichael, sorry, if you want to share some stuffs there, please go ahead. Yeah, sorry about that, Erdomichael. Like, there was something I was going to ask you. That's what it was. Yeah, if you want to share some stuffies in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry about that. It's like, what is it that I do not remember? Okay, there. So again, this is nowhere near our latest glow yet. It's getting kind of a glowy look to it. Yes, I think it is. I think so. Oh, how do we not do this one? Or this? Or this? Get yourself in there. And in there. So you basically, of course, the video was all about taking the monument one step, right? Yeah, the one step paints. You mix them with any kind of opaque lighter color. I mean, I actually had a tube of the monument titanium white somewhere. Couldn't find it for that video. I mean, I'm gonna be doing more, so we'll find it. We'll find it and we will test that out. Right now, you need to check out the Instagram link that Arthur Michael just shared. Go check that out. And in there. More. So again, that's it. We're just letting it do the wet blendy thing. That's what we're doing. Now, let me get a bigger brushy here. Maybe we'll just use this guy. We'll use you. We'll get a whole bunch of thinner in there. Now we're just again. There's nothing complicated about this at all. There's no need to be sweating stuff. It ain't that hard. Darker. Just putting this darker red over all this stuff. Since that was dry brushed, we can mix if we want to. Thanks, Camja. This is one I've been waiting to see for a while. Now, we did do the board game version of this. So technically, we have actually painted this before. It was the board game version, so just a wee bit smaller. And ever since painting that, I was like, oh man, it'll be awful fun to paint the big version. Ye old 72 mil size. We are almost. I think that gets us through our initial. Look at that. Look at that. Have glaze will travel. Get that red out of there. Give me indigo. You know what? I'm going to put me a little bit of Marzi black in there too. Yep, I'm going to do that. Recoil says if you got that medium, you can kind of turn a whole bunch of other stuff into the one step. I'm sure that's actually a way more flexible way. It's kind of like, well, our iridescent pearl white, we use that as a metal medium, and we put that into, well, whatever, and that turns into a metallic paint. So kind of the same theory right there. So yeah, you can, if you get that medium stuff, like Rico was saying, you could pretty much turn anything you want. Now this is a little more Van Dyke Brown in here. Just throwing that out there. Also, looky here. See that? That is. We're wet blending that on purpose. We're not even trying. We're not even trying to do any kind of pin line washy stuff over there. Van Dyke Brown. The black. Leaving the blue stuff for the armor, I would say. Big time glazy thing there. Just let that go where it's gonna go. To this. Well, yeah. Let's get to the stonework on the base. Let's do that next here. Nice to see you there, Valfira. Sorry it's a little bit later. There was a bunch of messages that I had to kind of had to answer about the family thing there. So my apologies. I was really hoping for about 10:45-ish. So do you remember the board game version of our corrupted Arthur here, Valfira? Yeah, Valfira, I think if yeah. Let's see. I think we do all the corrupted characters in the same stream, or was that kind of? No, I think that was kind of like what we did with the regular characters. We did them over a couple of streams, I think. More of that here. All right, now this is gonna be more of just the indigo here. That's gonna go over here. Also over there. More of it there. So I'm gonna get just not just darker. there is a difference in what we're putting on here. Down here, again, that was the Van Dyke Brown. That was some of the Mars Black. That's going to be a more neutral to warmer gray. This right here has got the indigo, so it's going to be a more neutral to bluish gray. Let me hit some more of that over here. I completely forgot that this was preseason game 2 weekend, Valfera. Again, the focus now turns to college football. More college football, more better. Whether it's Oxa University squaring off against Swampton, or the Barristers of Barton squaring off against, oh gosh, what was it? Oh, Chromium. The Chromium Academy there. Yeah, we haven't even put the most toasty stuff on here yet, Valfear. It's about to get toastier because that's been, oh, look at that. That has been sitting there for a little bit. That is good. We'll just let old, now that's got all the shiny stuff there. We can also now maybe zoom in on said sword. So again, like all of our Cyberthurians with the glowy, so where did Galahad? Oh, he's over here. He moved. So again, that's pretty much par for the course for all of our corrupted Cyberthurians there. Well, I thought we were all Pigment Red 101 there, Velfera. That's treasonous to go against. Oh, actually, Velfera. That's right. Camda was wondering where was his Cinco person there? He had nobody to register all the Cincos during the stream. That's right. And naturally, the blame falls to the person who is not there to defend themselves. So yeah, that's right. So that means you owe Camda some Cincos there. Even this is not the lightest it can be. It can most definitely be lighter than that. We're just trying to extend this out to here. I'll get the later stuff working and back in here. The reason that is sticking, because, well, A, there's a difference in the consistency. This is thinner. What's on there is thicker. What's also on there is more set. It's not dry by any stretch of the imagination because it's actually literally mixing together. That is too much. That's better. Now we're gonna take some of you. No, Indian yellow too. Let me try this here. Let me try this. We're gonna start getting a couple little late things over here. That. Some oil, something there too. Gotta do the crown, gotta do the hair. We'll get this lighter stuff on there. Then we can maybe go with a little bit of orangey glaze over the top of that too. Let me try. Come on. A little more of the thinner over there. Maybe some more. And what we got on here, nowhere near white. As in, not even close to white. It's a light middle tone, maybe of orange. So everybody, please give Seneca a follow there too. Let me get some more of that in here. Well, good nose, Valfira. The bamboo has been printing out all of those magnetized plinth slash bases really well. I think one more. I'll do one more plate of those Valfir, and then I'm gonna try to print out the Mordred the Mordred bust, like really big. Let's get the later stuff on the bits of. Oh, that's another piece of something that got stuck in the primer. We're just gonna snip you out of there. We'll just snip that right out of there. So recoil. I tried to do the thing today where I had the asparagus for supper there instead of after the stream. Trying to get all the vitamin K and all the other stuff from that to make sure that we're not fast asleep here on the stream. We'll see if that actually plays out the way we hope. There. Only way to know is to stream and see if we fall asleep or not on the stream. Maybe we'll lighten you up some more. A little bit of light over there. You know what? I'm gonna get that edge in again. Now we're doing a little bit of dry brush stuff there. Not a ton. I'm gonna give me some more of the light on the shoulder here, like there. Also gonna utilize that. I have a feeling with this big old boy right here, we're gonna have to be moving that up and down and all around during the course of this episode here. Look at that little blendy brush, little bit of blendy brush there. I think let's see. So we're 43 minutes. Oh, we almost have a quattro dose there, a dose quattro there. So check this out. And this now here, when we do our film noir, I guess it kind of looks glowy there, Valfira. I think you could say that this sort of looks glowy there, right? Except probably looks way more glowy when we do that. This is going to be the key surface right here. That's going to be the key surface right there for our film noir. Again, there's that's maybe most of the color. That's not all of it. That's none of it. You know, here you're at like 10% or something like that. Where'd that brushy go? Just had it in my hand. Not sure where it is anymore. We'll try this again with another brush then. That might have been a little more than we wanted over there. That's it. Now over here. Something lighter there, and now definitely some over here. Even that is a teensy bit of a dry brush right there. I forget what our earliest film noir is, Valfira. Well, there we go. We had a quattro. I think that's the first one, Camda. I don't think we've ever had. Well, we've had him before. Well, we've had him on every single stream, right, Camda? But I don't remember us ever noticing. Well, me ever noticing before. Here's one second. I thought that was just part of that little spike there, but it is not. Come on, get out of there. It's stuck to the paint. Okay, there we go. Okay, now I think we got that out of there. Now we're gonna get here a little bit of our a little more light on the. Let's do a little something in the eyes is here too. I know we need it in there. We do this one. And then we'll get the darker stuff around them too. Not to worry. In fact, I might even just do a little bit of that. I can push some of the cooler color around. It's already just sitting on that face anyways. It's just waiting there. Just sitting there waiting to get used. Where's my... We're going to move that floral orange out of there. That's in a bad spot right there. Thin that baby down. Maybe some more. Where's the... Oh, there it is. That we need to get a little bit more of that pure orange in there. So Camda, glad that you were able to secure a whole bunch of Candidium colors there, as they say. I hope that those are super fun. I'm sure they will they'll have a really powerful, strong color to them, right? Let me see if I can't. Just can get a little bit of orange red on the side of the fingers here. Some more little doodads there. Get this little more orange up there and maybe make that slightly lighter. I think we want some more on this metal down over here. There it is. We got a 4-5-0 for Conrads. Glad that they didn't start doing a recount on you too, like they did on Arid there, Conrads. So appreciate you being here, Conrads. There we are. Where is our hypey train? And of course, here we're gonna get an actual hype train for Conrads there. There it is for Conrads, number 155. So let's see, Valfira, Camda, Conrads, all in the 155 category now, I believe. So Conrads, here's hoping that that Saturday was super fun. Happy Sunday. We, believe it or not, we still got 4 minutes of a happy Saturday here, Valfira. Just think we have this much on here, and we still got 4 minutes of a Saturday left. Look at that. Needless to say, the early Saturday starts. We might try to do some early Friday starts, maybe even some early Monday or Thursday starts. But yeah, the early Saturday starts, well, those not going to happen because, again, it is the most sacred time of the year. It is college football season. Yeah, that's something we've been waiting since, what, January 20th or something, Valfira, for college football season. Who will win that natty this year? Can the University of Indiana somehow repeat that improbable natty of last year? Is it going to be a more traditional power in Ohio State? It's going to be a surprise team. Yes, Velfair, the time of great darkness, sorrow, and sadness is nearly over. What's really weird, Valfera, is that, well, you have the White Sox still hanging on, and it is now almost September. This is the fabulous Gridiron Conrads. As we remind folks that I do believe 10 of the 12 largest stadiums on the planet are reserved for college football, not pro football, not the other kind of football, not even Aussie rules, much as we love our Aussie rules. Uh, I think, Rico, you could say that Aussie rules football is played with your feet and your face. Yeah, that's the fun part about Aussie rules. I think that the face is fair game in Aussie rules. Let me see. There's Neyland Stadium, Beaver Stadium, the Shoe, the Big House. There's your Bryant Denny Stadium, Texas. That's Kyle Field and Texas and Aggie Land. I forget what Texas's stadium is called, but yes, there are 10 college stadiums that are in excess of 100,000. And that's just the people inside the stadium. There's another 100,000 plus outside the stadium. So it's safe to say that on, well, let's see, LSU, that's right, also Tiger Stadium down there. No, it is definitely played with feet. That's why they call them place kickers there, Conrads. What's interesting now is that I would say, Recoil, that most of the punters, not just in the NFL, but also in college football, play Aussie rules. Yes, I do believe the only position reserved for soccer players would be place kickers. There we are. Yeah, there's no laying on the ground in Aussie rules, right? Recoil. If you're laying on the ground, they just play around you. Let's see. Yeah, soccer. It's like if there's was it 11 guys on the side and 12 of them are laying on the ground at any one time, like they've been shot. Till they realize nobody's paying attention, and then they get up and start running around. That's right, Rico. If you're laying on the ground, the pigeons are going to. Oh, no, the seagulls will get you. That's right. The seagulls will get you. Oh, that's right. It's foosball with humans. That's what it is. That's right. They just don't have the little sticks in them or anything like that. Let's see. Conrad's cricket is really, really, really fun. That's something I wish I could play much more there. Conrad's is cricket. That is I really love cricket. Yeah, that's something. I wish that there was a way for me to see more of the crickets there, Conrad's, because I do enjoy that. Well, they're not just poisonous. They're artemisial. They're also trying to eat you because I do believe, right, Camda, recoil. I mean, everything in Australia is either trying to kill you or eat you or both. Yes, indeed. Love me some cricket. We need to get some more light over here. We need some more. Oh, geez, we definitely need more light right here. We'll be hitting this again too. We're just kind of figuring out now a little bit more refined locale for some of our source light stuff back here. So we've got a Quattro. Say, boy, I'm getting it all mixed up there. Cam, I was saying, no, that's not a Cinco Quattro. No, it is a Quattro Cinco. Yes, indeed. Let me try a little bit lighter stuff right there. We go. A little lighter stuff over there. And in the NFL, you lay around on the ground or something like that, you'll get some cleats to the face. Someone just accidentally steps on you. This surface here's metal, so we gotta make sure we get some glinty stuff on there. No, we gotta retreat back to some orange though. That is way too much of the yellow. There we go. Yeah, that was like way too much orange there. Way too much orange. But of course, recoil. Once that game is out there, speedball is gonna take. Everybody's gonna want to be playing speedball, right? Recoil. The human game. That's gonna be hilarious. I think I sent you those sheets, didn't I, Camda? Yeah, I sent you those. I think that's gonna make a pretty fun game. Very, very action-packed. There is no holding the ball, and there is a shot clock too. That's gonna be the fun thing, Rico. There is effectively a shot clock. Now, in the game itself, it's not gonna be quite the same as if you were playing it like in a real life situation. Obviously, that's coming from basketball. Well, even in baseball, there's the pitch clock now. Yes, indeed, there is the pitch clock in baseball. Let me do a little more of that. Maybe let's get a couple of those with some orange on them too. Maybe this fingers. Oh, that's gotta be now. See, I think I can go. Yep, that much lighter there. Ooh, this way. 1 second there, cone rods. There you go. Let me do some more there. Now, cone rods. Were there any? I know I've always been asking. Was there any big time projects that you were looking to start at all, or any kind of you know, what would you say, late in the year goals, painting wise, that you were wanting to hit up there? Gonna catch me a little bit of the orange on those rivets there. Let's see. Now, the Rose Bowl was over 100, right, Valfera? I always thought that the Rose Bowl was over 100. Now, that might only be for, you know, the Rose Bowl game where they maybe let some extra folks in or something. But yeah, I always thought that the Rose Bowl was another one of your over 100K. And I do believe, what is it? Is it the MC? It's the MCG that's about 90, right? Recoil. Now, what about the SCG? I mean, the SCG's got to be 85 or 90K too. Not so sure about. Well, I think now they call it Marvel Stadium. It used to be Etihad Stadium. I think they call it Marvel Stadium now. Mormonite. Oh, gee whiz. How did that not get any of that later stuff there? Let's toast this. And again, this is not the latest light yet. We're going to go lighter than that. We will just wait a little bit there. We'll make it later. Not going to go any later, too much later down there though. All right, now let's is this, nope, that is not quite set enough. Not quite set enough. That's fine. We'll wait on that. Let's get more of an orange there. And now, time for some not orangey stuff. Yeah, Valkyrie, I always thought that was 100K, and maybe it was. Maybe, oh, they might have taken out some regular seats there, Valkyrie, to put in skyboxes and stuff. That's it. I wouldn't be surprised, right? Were there any one-turn scores by 13 movement storm vermin there, Arda Michael? All right, where's my? There you are. We're just looking to get not just a lighter mid-tone here, but this has to have some element of some blue to it also. All right, because if not, where's my blending brush? So the SCG is only well, half the size, and Etihad is smaller than. Okay. It's the only indoor stadium, right, Recoil? Well, I still think that down in Hobart, I believe they're building. That place is supposed to have a roof on it. I have not had a chance to kind of check on the progress of the Tasmanian Devils. A little bit of that cooler blue in there. That's what I thought. And that most definitely is the doggies' favorite place to play, Rico. There is no doubt about it. I noticed that even the Witten Oval, their so-called home stadium, they still do better at Marvel or Etihad. Looking to get some of the same kind of shading stuff, but it has to be cooler grayer. Nowhere near as punchy as what's going, and that's going to get lighter there. That is going to get lighter. You just wait. More, a little touch more of the blue in this here. I mean, it's not exactly a sky blue. I mean, by blue, we mean a gray that's tinted a smidge towards the blue. That's what we mean by blue. Get in there with some pistons. This was game one, right? Yeah, that was game one, Michael. And everybody, of course, please check out the Instagram link that Michael shared not too long ago. You know what? I'm going to do this just to at least mark this. You know what? I'm going to just... Yep, I'm going to put some more white out here. I'm going to need it anyhow. There you go. Oh, Ken, I would love to put... I would love to put me some brilliant yellow pale out here. Oh, man, that would be super nice. No Camda because it can be removed. Remember, Galahad can do that. Guinevere can do that. There is a certain bit that also too Merlin can. So the corruption can be removed. And also too remember Camda that you get a new agenda when you do become fractured. Is a multi-per... Oh, it's not till 2030. Well, that's not all that far away, Recoil. First I'm thinking, holy smokes, and then I'm thinking, well, wait a second. That ain't that far away. That is not super far away, actually. Yeah, I figured it was going to be pretty small there. And it is going to be the Tasmanian Devils, right, Recoil? I cannot imagine they would have a footy team and it would not be called the Tasmanian Devils. There would just be something ethically wrong about that, right, Camda? Okay, now we're getting some of the lighter stuff in here. I might, let me see. Do I want to zoom in one more time here? Let me do another zoomy there. So Camda, it's the same for everybody. Anybody can get fractured, corrupted, whatever. Some are just easier, some are more difficult. Of course, Arthur, Galahad, the two most difficult. Guinevere, kind of the next on the list. Merlin and Nimue are basically neutral, neither plus nor minus. Lancelot with the minus, and of course Morgan Le Fay at like a -2. So that's why I have those the corrupted versions of the characters there. And keep in mind that, again, you don't know what Mordred's, you don't know what his secret agenda is. His secret agenda might be take out all of the Grail relays. But he's focused on putting corruption stuff on Arthur, so people think, oh, that's what he's trying to do. That's his victory condition, is to corrupt Arthur. Now you can see, starts to bring out our source even more. I think so there, Recoil. And again, all of these, we already did paint the board game version of this character right here. That's you can actually see that on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So Camda, I'll definitely have to. It's going to be interesting trying to live stream the games. But I think I actually have a better machine for it there, Camda. Glad that I'm not trying to do that on the Surface Pro, let's put it that way. Welcome back there, Moosey. Great to see ya. And of course, sorry, Mutu, if I accidentally referred to you as Moosey, because now we got a lot of mooses and moos and all kinds of stuff here in the stream. There. And that. Do we already have ourselves a Cinco Uno there, Camda? Wow, how time flies, right, Camda? Time flies when you're doing object source lighting. Yes, indeed. So great to see you there, Moosey. Oh, it's now a happy Sunday here too. Well, looky there. Let me hit this now. There we are. More lights along there. There we go. All the Cinco's, right, Conrads? Actually, Conrads has a. You have a Cinco Dos, right? Or no, Dos Cinco is there, right? Because this was your 155th, Conrads. Oh, I wouldn't mind some queso there, Conrads. I would not mind some queso. I do actually have some guacamole in the refrigerator. Well, yeah, give me some yummy queso dips there. I'm gonna use this guy. No, that's better. So kind of a loaded blending brush there. All right, that. Some more here. Bingo. A little more orangey here. Not too much though. Just a little bit of that light reaching down there. That is it. And even over here, we might have to. Well, let's add that. That's still gonna reach down there. All right, fine, fine, whatever. We'll say it reaches there. Let me get a little bit more of my. Oh yeah, we need some of that over here on the fingers. Fingers there. Right here along the edge of that armor. Then that's going to be lighter down in there. Let me grab this light stuff to do that. Oh, there we are. A little bit of fracture right there. So Moosey, that's where I'm editing, recorded videos, prepping, dozens of miniatures, printing stuff, doing all the sculpts, right? Because these sculpts, they don't happen by themselves, right, Moosey? So basically, and also setting up the streams, because for every hour of streaming, there's about 2 hours of prep between getting the miniatures ready, between getting the graphics ready and everything else. Also, several one-to-one terrain projects, right? Right, recoil, one-to-one scale terrain. We do a lot of that. Way more than we should really have to, especially lately. Thanks, Moosey. Yeah, this has been everything for, well, technically, wow, many, many, many decades now. Been doing the miniature painting since 2001. Effectively, really, I think it was 2003 when it officially took over for the 2D art. But there is only this. Right, Camda, those 3,000 hours worth of tutorial videos don't make themselves. It would be nice if they did. Still finding the program that does that. If somebody develops one, I'll certainly invest. I'll be an early. Oh, what is that? I'll be a beta tester, right, Camda? There we go. Yes, I'll certainly be a beta tester for that. Of course, Moosey, if you want to, like always, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. That little bit of light right in there. One light up here on the hair. And you can see now again how this is how it starts to play out here. I made it a little more Indian yellow in that so it doesn't get too peachy. We don't want that. So Rico, I think it's safe to say that the sacred tomato plant in the backyard is, oh gosh, it's got to be pushing almost 8 feet tall. Recoil, because I'm looking up at that thing. It's like I think it's almost 2 feet over the fence. There's one branch that's now 2 feet over the fence, and the fence is taller than me. So we make even the eye of Sauron blink, right, Camda? Yes, even the eye of Sauron cannot look upon Wobble. He's just too intimidated. Recoil. We might need to do we'll need to do an actual terrain piece or something like that. We've got plenty of leaves. Actually, Recoil, the knock leaves would work, right? Because they're nice and small. Those are very realistically sized. And then we could do that stuff that I got. Remember the orange tree that I made for the Shire stuff? Yes, remember that? That was one of our tutorial videos. I actually have orange tomatoes. Yes, when that tomato plant was planted, well, technically it already had been about 6 feet tall. It had been cropped down a couple of times while it was still in the house. But yeah, we won't be doing tomato plants in the house anymore. We will be doing pepper plants though, and I believe September we're gonna plant those bad boys. We're gonna put some seeds in some pots there. We're gonna have ourselves peppers all winter long. Well, at least that's the goal. Not sure if that's going to work. We're going to give it we're going to give it a try. We'll have to come back with we'll have to come back with the Perling Crimson over here and get a few more hits of some light, some of our really dark stuff there. Yeah, we'll need some. So what are we at? Are we so we're 1 hour 20 minutes in. Let me get this friggin' Perling Crimson here. Let me get some shadows over the eyes. We kind of need to lock in what's happening with the face here. Because otherwise, I'm going to need to be sticking my paws on parts of this. We don't want to have to be doing that. I mean, there's only so much to do on there anyways, so no biggie. I'm going to try to get maybe some of our green on there too, maybe. Where did that? Here it is. But we appreciate everybody that signs up for the Patreon page, because well, that's what does things like electricity, which is highly productive when it comes to being able to do things like stream. Who would have thought that the internet requires electricity? You generally find that out when there is no electricity. That's why we have, that's why we got backups everywhere. You know what? Fine, I can just stick my hand on that for right now. Also gonna, there we go, nice dark edge there. So the nifty thing there, Moosey, is that all of the stuff that you see, like all the workbench episodes, right? All the painting large scale, painting small scale, all of those, even the basing techniques there, Moosey. The idea is that all of those eventually feed into the army painter stuff. So it's kind of like we test out various techniques and materials for different things so that we can ultimately utilize those in the Army Painter series. And again, we've got ourselves a new series about to start with the very first series with basically my miniatures in it. That would be the Woden. That would be these guys right here. And actually, we're going to be filming a video tomorrow with one of our Woden ships. It's going to be a two-part series. Part 1 focuses on the base. Part 2 focuses on the ship. And yes, the idea is that we want to use my own miniatures for as many things as possible, because that way you don't also have to be a member of like a bazillion other Patreons like I have to be. That way it's like, oh, you have one Patreon for it's one Patreon to rule them all, right, Recoil? And in the darkness, give them object source lighting. I think that's actually how Tolkien wrote it originally. So yeah, doing the Army Painter there, you will have access to the full range of basically 3,000 hours worth of tutorial videos. I'm not gonna put anything on the sword hilt there, because I need that as a little bit of a perch here for doing this. So we're just gonna leave that. We'll leave that open for the time being so that I can do that. We'll look at that. See how that dark enhances the source light there, and that is also going to get darker here. Now we'll stroll on to a little bit of the Fantione red there. He's nice. There you go. Now let's do some of that over here. The darker stuff at the end of the sword. There you go. There. Orange. Oh, that's what I forgot. I forgot to get me a little blobola of thinner on there. Oh, also, too, where did she go? There she is. I think this coming Flat Thursday, I made a bas relief of this. It's actually one of the original pieces of art for bas relief was actually this Nimue as opposed to the other one. So yeah, you'll probably be seeing that this coming Thursday. Yep, you'll be seeing that. That should be super fun. It'll be because this is the other Nimue bas relief that we did. So yeah, that's never too many Nimues, I guess. Now in the eyes is here we got only yellow. I want a little teensy smidge of orange there. Oh, there we go. That's nice. Got to get a little bit of the fluoro plus the pure orange. Ah, there you go. Is nice. Now, how's about this, and this is gonna be talk about a dirty, dingy green. Oh my goodness. Basically indigo and not Mars Yellow Deep. Oof, that is talk about a nurgly green right there. Oh man, that puts the nurgly in nurgle green. Yes, indeed. Now we need to get something a little lighter with that. We'll just try this. Let's just put this in that nurgly green. Nope, not quite light enough. Might need to go a little lighter, and then we'll put some of this elsewhere too. That's gonna go in a bunch of different places. No, I want some more. Ah, there we are. There just wasn't enough of the light on the upper lip there to make that stand out enough. I'm gonna just go, whoops, too dark again. Almost right. Expand that. Expand that. Expand that. Now we got some action on the face there. Mm-hmm. And look at this. We're going to take that not Mars Yellow Deep. And for the non-object source lit part of the crown, let's start to do that. It's going to be kind of a dingy gold-ish color there. Yeah, let's not. It's like let's not have any of our orange mix into that. That wouldn't help. Now we're getting there. For the crown, we don't want it to compete too much with their source light. We can only make that so light. After a while, it's like, nope, can't be any lighter than that. Otherwise, it'll turn our object source lighting into object source shading. That's a no bueno. Right, Camden? That's gotta extend back to a little bit more. What is happening there? That's yeah, that's got to be. We need a little change, Ola, on that. That's too much of the red there. Well, looky here. Look at that. We can change that up in a jiffy. No fuss. Very little muss. Gray again. Whoops. Little clumpy stuff going on the brush. Let's get rid of that. Oh, let's go a little bit closer to a highlight type of a thing here. Top, you could use some light. No, oh no, that's gonna be too late. Let me back away from that. Ah, now we're talking. Right in there. What is this gonna be like over here? Is that gonna be too late? Maybe, maybe not. Again, we're not looking to do the kind of shiny metal like we were doing last night. This is almost more like blackened steel by comparison. Because I mean, it can be kind of easy to do that, right, Camden, where you just sort of overcome the actual light source because all of the ambient light stuff just keeps getting lighter and lighter and lighter. Next thing you know, it's just as light, if not lighter, than the source light. It's like, okay, so the reflection on some armor is now lighter than a light bulb. That's not a problem at all, right, Camja? And again, everybody please give Canda Paints a follow because Canda Paints with the oils. I don't think you're doing a stream later tonight, are you, Camja? And again, happy birthday. Everybody say a happy birthday to Canda Paints. Because it's officially still Camda's birthday till we say it's not. There we are. Let's see if I can't get that down in there. Again, to kind of represent the fracture here. So Moosey Paint, we've actually got some videos on that. We have some videos basically going either way, where the oils were dry, we put acrylics on top of that. We have plenty of other ones where we put oils on top of the acrylics. That's there's no problem. You want to do that. That is all good. Just got to make sure, well, if you're doing the acrylics on top of oils, just make sure the oils are dry. And of course, well, the acrylics will be dry no matter what, so they'll be just fine for the oils. Yep, you want to do that. No problem doing that at all. That should work very nicely. I know I've got at least 2 or 3 videos that show something like that, where we take something that was partially painted. Actually, it's a painting small scale. That's it. Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, Moosey, well, yeah, now that there's basically about 3,000 hours worth of videos, the likelihood that a subject has been covered, well, it becomes exponentially higher, doesn't it? Now, there's a real good chance with that many videos that something's been covered multiple times. And that's why Ryan was very nice and made that search engine thing so that people could maybe more easily find something like that. So we appreciate Ryan doing that. Even though we keep starting too late for Ryan to be able to watch the video or the streams here. Again, kind of hoping in the winter time that maybe the Monday or Friday, because it'd be nice if we an Armada Monday, I might have to paint multiple ships, and by multiple ships, it might have to be like 5 or 6 of them. We have so many fleets to get through. I mean, I've already designed the ships for, what, a half a dozen different fleets. You've only seen, so far, 3 of them. There's a whole bunch of other ones you have not even seen yet. Well, here's hoping, Camden by next Friday, there's not as many casualties there. Yes, here's hoping by then Camden Florence Nightingale will be moved somewhere else. Let's do this. Lighter stuff again here along some of these edges. It's got to be a kind of, again, a grayish blue here. And look at that. See, we can do a little bit of blending right there. Oh, no, 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 no. Let me go back to this. Get this kind of bluish violet broken down here. Man, oh man, like you were talking about on the stream there, right, Camden, the L kids, they can start to set really quick, especially the Paul Rubenses. I didn't want that to be super light. I just wanted it to have a whole bunch of the blue there, and I think it does carry that through. Now we should have some of this over here, so we're not just making that a little bit darker there. That's also got a little bit of the bluish tone because we needs it. We need a little reflected light there. To the later stuff, we go on the near. Yeah, I'm gonna make that side later. We got some rivets here. More reflected light there. Now I'm going to use what's on the brush to do that little bit of reflected light underneath. This is some more of the fracture stuff over here. And again, this is not white. Eventually, we will get a little smidge lighter than this. For some of the armor there. Now let's get a little bit of that down over in here. Oh, what about on the no? Let me get this blue again. That's better. More reflected light under there. We gotta do some of that over here. Back to that violet bluish color. Let's see. No, Mutu, it's basically this is the same stuff that I use on, like say a Mordred. It's not even all that different than what we used here. Right now, here we had more human type skin tone, whereas here you've got more of the, well, I don't want to say undead skin tone, but a much greener skin tone. Obviously, here you got the red hair and the brownish cloak, but you can see, see, that's kind of a bluish gray right there. That's the same bluish gray we're using in the armor stuff that's not object source lit right there, so it's even the same principle there. I only I have maybe what 20-ish, maybe if you include like the fluorescence as far as stuff that's on a regular basis getting used. There's only about 20 something colors anyway, so there's really there's just not that many to choose from. So it's really not very. There's not much in the way of color choice type things. I know with the when the people have the acrylic sets and all that with the hundreds of paints and they're kind of going through and choosing those. Even with the acrylic stuff there, Mutu, since I don't have very many. Well, like take the that last video that I just did. Where is that stupid dwarf? Where is he hiding? Is he over here? No, he's not over there either. I don't know where the heck he went. But in that last video, I just said, okay, this is going to be an indigo. This is going to be our pure orange, basically. This is going to be our whatever. This will be our Van Dyke brown. And then I just went ahead and kind of executed the same concepts, like what we're doing here, just with those was the one step, not one shot, one step, right? Okay. Again, I'm gonna get those mixed up because what is it? The MIG ammo primer, which again is Stynylrez, just in a different form. That's called one shot. Great to see you again there, Surface Tension. Surface Tension, if you would like to post some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Some fabulous oil painted stuff. So yeah, Mutu, there is very little to no agonizing about any kind of paint colors. It's just like, all right, I'll just use this. We'll make it work. So yeah, Surface Tension. This is probably one of the largest of the Arthurian figures right here. So yeah, that's actually the latest video on the Patreon page, and that was using the the Monument One Step Paint. I'm pretty sure that's what they're called. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures in there. So Surface Tension is the giant Death Orb shield. Is that still functioning again? Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, this was last night. Surface Tension. So yes, Byzantium Wars on the menu. There it is. And we even had a new Oh, check this out, Surface Tension. We even had a new overlay for it. Look at that. Yeah, there's the new overlay. And where's our Mordred? Here is our Mordred. Did that on Thursday. Oh, now this should be interesting. So there's your two versions of Arthur right there. That's pretty wild to see. That's pretty cool. We'll leave that alone for right now. I'm gonna keep going with some of this. Where's that green? I'm gonna use this. We're using, what is this? I think it's just called like bright yellow or something. Well, I can't see what that word is. That's kind of covered up. But I'm going to get me a little more of that. I don't know, just throw it over there. What the heck? There we go. So hopefully it's not super, super warm there. Surface tension. So there, that's again got a little bit of that greenishness too. I'm going to put a little bit of that even on here just because. Just to get some different stuff going on. Yeah, so surface tension, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of Byzantium Wars / Trench Crusade busts that are that are in line. Yes. You'll be seeing a bunch of those. Let me start to go a little lighter now with some of the highlights here on this middle, like there. That's some more like it. Another bit of light right down in here. Now I don't know if you did you see the new fleet there, surface tension. I don't think you. I don't think you saw the new Woden fleet there on Monday. But yes, a brand new fleet is underway. So some of the Kislev shooters there. I mean, it's funny, that's literally what the word means. And I think they used the Russians, the Kievan Rus used the Streltsy against the Kazan. Let me get a little bit of light down in there too. Gonna lighten you up here. Nah, boy, it's been a long time since I saw last sword stuff there. Surface tension. Now, it's been a long time since I've seen anybody sculpting stuff but mine. Get those, yeah, a couple extra little lights in these edges here. We'll have to come back with some of our indigo and such to make even more definition between these plates here on his feet there. But here's our new woven ship, and again we're going to be doing a little mini series here coming up. A little mini series on the Woden, since that's a whole new spacescape type there that we haven't done before. So yeah, last sword is very nifty. Yeah, there we'll get that in there. More of our light down on this edge here too. Then this edge. Now let's come back with the darker stuff like we were talking about here. Let's do this. Again, some of the indigo. And that really is going to help to sharpen up all those edges. Yeah. We'll do this side, then we'll flip it around to the other side. The cloak is in the way in a few spots here, it looks like. Yeah, let's get this side, and then we'll get the individual one. Now we gotta get this a little sharper up the. Okay, not too much over the top there. Some dark down there. Not gonna do the. I was thinking about doing the weathery powder thing, but we're not gonna do that. Well, we'll be doing some weathering powders on the Trench Crusade / Byzantium Wars bust. That was super fun doing that on those original ones. Oh, I gotta reprint the sniper. That's right. There are so many of those Trench Crusade busts that gotta be reprinted. Thanks, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. Thanks, Surface Tension. We could use a little bit of the anti-sleepy sauce right there. Ooh, looky there. That's gonna not just create an edge there, it's also gonna make some nice reflected light. Boom, there we are. Sharpen that edge also here. Let's get a little bit of it there. Up here. Well, look at that. Yep, same deal on some of these. We're working with some of the lighter midtones. Now we're gonna work with some of our really intense darks in here. Up there, yeah. Dark there. I'm gonna try introduce a little bit of fracture here. Also, some on that side. Not of the well. Look at that pearling crimson. Just how dark that is. That is very fun. Where's that? Pure. Here it is. There's some of our not radiant periwinkle. It's also not periwinkle either. Let me get some of that up. There. Now, also too, this is not our lightest light. We could still actually go a little lighter than this. See, we're not doing a whole line there. We're just doing this one point here along the armor on his foot. Just in that one area, and that is it. Now we can get that. Is nice. More reflection here. This dingy greenish gray here. Can you see what it? Okay, yeah, you can see it. First I was thinking that his cloak was hiding your view of that. So you see how that's got a little bit of turn there. It's almost like a little horizon line right there. Trying to do the same thing on this side. We'll get our light along the base of that. Breaking this down over here. This light stuff. Too much paint on the brush. Less is more. More is way too much. Let's make it less instead of more. There we are. Bam. So yeah, surface tension. I got the bamboo working again. That thing hadn't been printing in months, but I'm gonna try and print this one out here, and I'm not sure. I'll see if we'll see what kind of supports it's gonna want anyways. But I was thinking about, instead of the tree supports, what would you say, the default supports, which are basically very linear. I'm starting to wonder if the default supports actually might work better on that particular Mordred bust than the more organic, shall we say, tree supports. Now we'll sharpen up all of these. Also you. Where's that blue again? Well, now it's got a little bit of a weight in it. That will make that a bit lighter. To this side we go. Bam. And just like we did on the other boot. Das Boot. We're just not doing a whole line there. Still have not solved the mystery of the Saturn there. Surface tension. Because again, this one, this monstrous corrupted Arthur figure here, this printed very well on the one Saturn. The other Saturn doesn't print anything at all. All it does is make a big old mess. And that is quite the mystery because everything is exactly the same. There is no reason there should be the slightest bit of difference between them. Yet one is functional, the other is not. And that is a mystery. And believe me, everything possible has been done. Every test, every experiment. What's funny there, Cam, that maybe that's the case because it is an Elegoo and they like their Mars, right? Maybe I have to. Maybe it has to only work on a Mars. There you go. Let me get a little. Oh yeah, this right here. We're gonna get some lighter stuff in there. See you later, there, Moosey. So we'll catch hopefully on Monday there. And again, there's going to be some more Woden goodness there on the Armada Monday stream. At least that's the plan anyways. You know what? How's about a little more reflect? Oh, also skinny tone here. I mean, well, it's very, 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 very grayed down. And now it's going to get some of the green in here too. Yes, now it's got some green in with the other skin tone. Just taking some of the Indian red slash Mars red. Yeah, I guess Mars red. There you go. That needed there. We'll go get ourselves a little bit over here too. A little bit of something there. And again, if you want to get access to all those tutorial videos, including if you check out the Instagrams, you'll see all the fabulous marble tutorials we did. Yeah, surface tension, not sure if you saw the Instagram post with the 10 bazillion different types of marble on there. And of course it was wild, right, Camden with Altfax. Essentially a marble sculptor there. So it's still not using white or anything of the sort here. No white. Not wanting to use that here because again, otherwise, at least on this stuff, because that is going to get dingy. We still got to get our lightest light on there. By the way, we still haven't done that yet. Now this going to get some stuff that is also not orangey because there is no orange light hitting these things here. Let's just take that away. I mean, nice to have it as a little bit of an underpainting thing or something. No source light over there. Very little here. Let's do a little bit of removal of some of that. Now surface tension. Hopefully, there's not a whole bunch of work stuff this fall, so you maybe will be able to focus on the Kislev project there, and be good to go. Look at that. See that? That went from kind of from a reddish stuff now into again more of a bluish gray. Oh, by the way, 2 hours ago this had no paint on it. Just throwing that out there too. Yeah, forgot about that. Get you back over here. Now I gotta do a little something on the ground here. Can't all just be that much darker gray. We have to have a little light down here. And that, once again, just kind of a dry brush sort of a thing here. It should almost be like a cast shadow from the source light down here onto the ground. Kinda, sorta. Let me use this. And what we got, technically we have another marble tutorial on the way, right, Valfera, when we do the Arianrod bust, except there we're going to paint the marble as a spacescape. Because, we clearly didn't do enough types of marble, right? Right, Valfera, we had to do a whole nother type of thing where we paint it as a spacescape. Ah, that's another project in making more bio drones there, Camda. There's a surface tension, yeah, more Welshlandic bio drones. Some new models because the old ones have been around too long and they're just malfunctioning. Yeah, it's too risking giving away the identity of the ancient Welshlandians. Now look at this. Oh, we have to hold it this way so you can see it. But all I did was I'm just going to smush this on here because we did the darker glaze stuff. Look at this. You can see that just automatically mixes there. That's a hard to reach area. I got this really nifty blend right there just by smushing some paint on there. Geez, Valfrey, I gotta remember when Vandy plays its I can't remember when Vandy plays its first game. I think it's I'm pretty sure it's not against a super fierce rival. They're not exactly playing, Alabama or Georgia week 1. I don't think they're playing Texas or Georgia, right? I don't even know if they're playing A&M. Oh, we need to. Oh, let's see. That's a little too late. I'm gonna back away from that. Back away from there. We okay. It's a little more chill. That got super light, super quick right there. There was all kinds of crazy little veins going on in those marbles, right? We almost lost our marbles there, surface tension. More of the light alone. It's some more light down. There, what the heck? We'll just grab something we can use. Maybe this is a blendy brush here. There you go. Look at that. See that? I mean that got pretty smooth, pretty fast, did it not? Now I want no light's gonna hit this here. No orangey light. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take this. I'm gonna take this. That is, I don't even know what that is. That's something. It's almost like raw sienna. That's right. That's another one of those colors that. that's another color on the milk carton of the Wampoville paint line there. Raw sienna. That got kind of replaced by other stuff. There we go. And again, there is stuff for me to mix with here. There's already some other paint there. Grab this guy here and again just use that as a blending brush. Okay, that happens quick. I mean, imagine if this is hard to reach, and yet we're gonna fool around doing layer after layer after layer there. Nah, I'm not fooling around with that. Nope, no fooling around. Bit of the lighter set now. I'm gonna put it over this way. Let that again mix into all the darker. Look at See how dark that is there versus the other side. That is that glazy stuff we put on there. Geez, almost a couple hours ago. Like an hour 50 something minutes ago. We had a very dark kind of a glaze thing sitting there. Yeah, there we are. You know what? You need to be later too. That as well. You need to be a little later. Maybe let me try some of this with what is on the brush. Right along the edge of this stone here. Then we're gonna get some. We're gonna go with our darker stuff. Make some cracks in the stone. Let's do that here. Get some cracks in the stone here. Stone, dark, some cracks, some fractures, like so. There's a bunch of them here. You can see that here. That's a stone cold heart to be able to make puns like that, right? Right surface tension. Let me thin this out a little more. Yeah, this is not a pin line wash or anything like that. Just gonna draw on these under. That's kind of like our marble stuff. There was many times during the marble tutorials where it was kind of like, well, it's sort of like putting some cracks in stone, but it's more like marble inclusions as opposed to cracks or broken stuff. Great to see you again there, Sector X. So Sector X, I don't know if it's a congratulations, but here's hoping everything works out fine. And of course, Sector X, boy oh boy, I've got a bazillion things I gotta send you, and I'm not kidding about a bazillion things. Oh my goodness, tons of stuff. Glad that's a good thing there, Sector X. Again, congratulations. And I do hope that that also makes just everything else a little bit easier. We'll move to it, but you know we'll still use it here. We'll still use that for you. Not to worry. So get a little bit of the reflected cooler color there. So that's good there, Sector. Again, I know that. Well, I hope there's again a bunch of some satisfaction in there as well. Many hours, right? A lot of hours spent on that. So hopefully, it just kind of feels like well now you can sort of enjoy some, reap some of the benefits. Yeah, Mutu. If I ever forget or something like that, just say, hey, it's Mutu. Because as we know, here in Wampelville, there's certain things that we just don't do. We don't do names, we don't do dates, we don't do times, we only do words. That's it. Yes, no names, no dates, no times, only words. And even then, we don't have to adhere to how good those words are. Yep, Sectrix, this is all part of the Cyberthuria universe. And of course, this was our Thursday stream, the new Mordred bust, and now basically our Trench Crusade stuff back on the menu. This was last night right here. And our starships, we are continuing with those there. So Sector X, I'll show you the cat. Oh, actually, I have it right here. So this is I have a miniature and a bust. When I was basically taking down Kathy's streaming area, went through a bunch of the sketchbooks, and I saw this was her latest D&D character. She actually did not like playing monks. She was kind of getting used to playing one of those, but she had a whole bunch of drawings of it, including this one, and we actually made a miniature of that. That will be painting for the October Kathy extravaganza, and we'll try to get that in as many people's hands as possible for a little bit of Kathy Tober goodness, because October ain't that far away. Not that far away. So yes, we kind of like with the Lord of the Rings gummy bears last year for the Kathy Tober celebration. Now we're going to be again. I've got a bust there. Now that actually is now printed and prepped. That's all ready to go. In addition to that, there is the miniature, and then I actually there was some other artwork of hers. I knew what she was going to be doing with it as far as what sort of world she wanted to create, so that got included in the Compass Rose universe. They are the Ilari. That's a civilization that kind of causes an intersection between the Ballisteri and the Seri Republic, which is not necessarily the happiest of interactions. So Camda, yeah, I think there was, what was that, 5 new ones that you got there? I think there was like 5 of them there. And again, happy birthday to you, of course. Also, too, we've got Builder. No, sorry, not 3D, but we have Blender for all the Starship stuff. We have Nomad Sculpt, thankfully on the PC for all the organic stuff. Also have a Cintiq 16. Now, of course, the advantage of Nomad Sculpt on the iPad is that it's like you're sculpting directly. And of course, the iPad, it has a pressure sensitive, it's basically a pressure sensitive tablet all on its own. The downside is it's smaller, so it can be a little bit restrictive, and also, some of the now approaching 4 million polygons files like stuff like this, that's a little bit of a stretch for the iPad. So looking forward to seeing that there, Camda. There we go. Get a little bit of, again, not source light, right? Because this not reaching down there, but is reaching over here. We'll get a little bit of lighter orangey stuff there, not too much. This probably going to get some lighter orangey things on that part of the clay. Actually, let's do that. Let's do that before we forget. Let's do that. What do we got here? This, where are you hiding? Let me try one of our number 8 roundy craft brushes here. Puro Orange. Well, looky there. A little bit of dry brushy type stuff. Getting it done. There. So yeah, the Nomad stuff, so that has been a very interesting exploration there with that. Especially since there's like a 30-inch monitor that I'm doing that on. Because remember, most of these Starship things that we're working on, they're basically fleets of ships that you can construct yourself. There's various hulls, various engines, 6 or 7 classification of pieces and parts that you can use to essentially create your own starships. Let me get more that way. Oh, we got to come back into this with some more of our darker stuff there. I see that now. All right. Oh, and that's was it well, I don't know if they call it the tube tool. That's what I call it on Nomad Sculpt. You can actually drop down like a spline with various waypoints on it, and it makes this kind of stuff much easier to do. Way easier to do than Blender, that's for sure. Well, everything in Nomad Sculpt is easier than Blender, except for mechanical stuff. Again, like piecing together the starships. And of course now those are separate licenses though. So even if you have the iPad one, if you want it for the PC, you gotta, is it $35 for the PC? It is well worth getting both of them though. So yeah, unfortunately, one license does not cover both. It only covers one. The iPad is $20. Well, $19.99. And again, they're one-time purchases. That's not something you have to keep renewing every month or every year. For that price, it is yours. More reflected light down in there, also under there. Yeah, we'll get some of our lighter stuff here and these conduits here, looking a lot like some Romex. So 2 hours 16 minutes ago, there was a little bit of there was some dark primer in the deepest of shadow, just because it would be a whole just it'd be hard for you to see me doing anything down in the deep shadows anyways. And then there was a little bit of mid-range lighter primer, all the same old Starno res with the object source lighting. We started up here and established this immediately, as in right away. No delays, no fooling around. Just bam, right into the source lighting. Then did some of the cooler, dingier colors out here, and then started to do the glaze stuff over the top of that. That was very nice. That was fun. And then started to bring back some mid-range, some mid-tone stuff, and then even some highlights, especially on our source light, and then started to break out some of the lighter stuff in our metals here. And of course, if you missed the earlier part of this, well, guess what? You just gotta go to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, and we'll eventually end up there. That's where all of these sessions go to live. Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Go over there. You do a little sub on that. And you'll always get notified. About every 2-3 days, another one of these sessions goes live on the on that channel over there. Again, that is the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There you go. Yeah, I think that needs, well, maybe not quite that. Let me see what we got here. That's not too light down there. Either that or we make some of these a bit lighter. Might make some of those a little lighter, I think. I'm thinking some of this stuff down in here also needs to be a little lighter, a little more reflected light there. And now, okay, let's get that darker stuff we were talking about. We got this here brush, we got this here darker stuff. Not enough of the thinner. More of the thinner there. Other side. And then we'll let that, and then we'll come back with our lighter stuff. Yeah, we had just, we had like another but mid-tone in there. Actually, I'm going to zoom out. There we go. A little easier to keep them in the field of vision that way. Dark there. So, oh geez, now we find ourselves just minutes away from a Cinco Dos, 2 hours, 22 minutes, 22 seconds. I didn't even realize. I looked up and I went, well, looky there. We've been at this a little while. Nice, a little bit of dark right there. So again, you can see there's a bit of reflected light there, then the lighter stuff up here. And of course, we appreciate everybody that is joining in to watch and participate. I hope that everybody's having themselves a very glorious Sunday morning. It's 1:28 in the morning here. Okay, that's got a little bit of a brownish tint to it, like I wanted. Yeah, let me get some refractor going there. That way too. Almost forgot to get, there we are, the dark on that side. Now, where's my indigo? Here, let's get that. Up here. Now the little semi-glaze on that. Some dark over there, and maybe we, now let me try going a little later here. Let's see what we can do with this as we celebrate now 2 hours, 22 minutes, 22 seconds. We call that a Cinco Dos, which means nothing. I mean, it literally doesn't mean a thing. But for whatever reason, we just have ourselves a blast mentioning it. Here, we're going to get some of our white back out here. So thanks, Camja. And again, sorry I didn't get the. I was on the phone, so I couldn't see it. I couldn't see the timer on your stream there, Camja. Now this is going to be some of the lighter metal stuff here. Now that we got this white back out here. So yes, a little bit of Cinco Dos. Trying to get ourselves a bit more, yeah, a bit more of the light over here on the metals. Also here. So surface tension, wasn't sure if you went to go walk the dog and challenge these so-called squirrels. We know they're not squirrels. We know they're actually bio drones. Now there we are. As a Cinco Dos. Thank you so much, surface tension. Actually, all kidding, all seriousness there, Cam, can you actually see the counter of the person's stream on your phone? Because I did not see that anywhere. I was actually looking for it. I didn't see it anywhere. Oh, that's, I forgot there's surface tension. We started earlier here. Yeah. I forgot that we started a wee bit earlier. Oh, only when you tap the screen. Okay. Yeah, in the early days of me, seeing like say Drax and some of the other folks on the Twitches there, I was watching it only on a laptop. So, I mean, it was really easy to see what their timestamp was and everything there. Oh, I got some of my green in the skinny tone right there, right, Inganes? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Inganes, why don't you share some fabulous oil painted stuff in that chat? go ahead and do that. Actually, Camden, if you wanted to share stuff one more time too, I know you're going to be stepping away for a bit there to enjoy the birthday present. So, yeah, why don't you share some stuff in the chat too? Sector X, I know you got a whole bunch of Instagram posts there. If you want to share some of your Instagrams in the chat there too, please go ahead. I'm gonna stick with this. Yep, there you go. That's basically the Indian red, some of the white together there. There you go. Everybody check out the Instagram link that canned the shirt. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Ngane's shared. Give them both the follows. Do that. Do the follow thing. Fine, I'll make this a little, well, not too much later, but let me see what happens here. Ooh, wait a minute. Let me backtrack a bit. It would be nice if we had some foldy things there. I'm gonna get some darks over on the sword hilt there too, I believe. No problem there, Sector X. Doesn't have to be anything brand new. Doesn't have to be anything brand new. If it's something that's been there for a spell, that is fine. Fine. I'm just gonna migrate over here to this then. The question, see, it was the pink consistency thing. I actually had to go thicker. Sitting there making it thinner, and it's just bouncing off the surface. I had to make it thick. When in doubt, you gotta change the consistency of the paint. Sometimes it's just gotta be either thinner or thicker. It doesn't have to be like a million times thinner or thicker than what's on there. There just has to be some kind of difference of some type. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Sectorix just shared. There we are. I guess now, Sectorix, are there any sort of projects now with this new let's see, new paradigm here? Is there something you've been itching to get to that you haven't been able to get to? What we're also going to get to is a little greeting for Scarecrow. Nice to see you in there, Crow. Thanks for the raid. Everybody please give Scarecrow a follow. So Scarecrow, looky here. We got the corrupted version of Arthur here. Let me get this brush out of my hand. We'll do a zoom out so we can show you him and him. Looky here. So we did this one a while ago, but now there is the corrupted / fractured version of Arthur. Again, a little bit of object store sliding. We've been doing this about 2.5 hours or so on this. Last night we did this. We'll get zoomed in again because now it's mighty far away. There you go. So this back to our Trench Crusade stuff there. The night before, the Thursday was, and did you get to see this one, Scarecrow, or was it the ship? So we did the Mordred bust. Let me see, 2 hours, 28 minutes, and 45 seconds ago. This was just some primer. And of course, Scarecrow, again, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody please give Scarecrow exec follow. Do that. And of course, happy Sunday there, Scarecrow. Hope you're doing great. Let me see. This is, it's about, it's definitely more than 75 millimeters high. It's of that sort of scale. So was that maybe about a 1/10 scale or something like that? Bam. It's the magic of the oil paints, right, Scarecrow? And yes, this has all been oil paint start to finish. Regular oil paints right out of the tube. Mostly alkyl, except for a couple of key additions. some non-alkyds like Purell Orange, Perlene Crimson that kind of helps boost some of the intensity of the lights and the darks too. Well, that's okay, Scarecrow. If you want to post either work in progresses or an older figure, that is just fine because it might be brand new to folks. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and post some stuff there, Scarecrow? Go ahead and do that. I gotta make sure this doesn't get too peachy here. Gotta maintain a little bit of orange, a little bit of warmth to it. We also do have we had our floral paints out here too, our fluorescent oils. Those are, well, you can get them Marion Street, but the cheaper and also much easier to get would be the Paul Rubens, and their alkyds too. Even better, they are alkyds, which means that they're going to set faster and, of course, also dry faster. Well, when you're new to the oils, those two things, ooh, that can be a big old deal. That can be a very big deal. Yeah, work in a little more of our light along there. So again, some of this reflecting down onto the base. Yeah, we'll use one of our little smaller crafty brushes here. Make sure we have enough of the Indian yellow in there to get it from becoming too peachy. Nope, I want me some more orange in there. That might just do it. Yes. I don't really want to go a whole bunch lighter than that. This is pretty far away from the sword up there also too. That was metal, maybe a little more glinty, but it is not metal, so no glinty fresh there. Some more, yeah, that's a bit more there. And yeah, we are now 2 hours 32 minutes in on our fabulous, well, rather large Arthur. When we do a film noir, you'll see this is a bit more of a reddish gray, greenish gray, kind of a greenish gray there, and then we have almost like a bluish violet gray. See, and where the armor is, it's a subtle thing, but it's there. Get you to doing this, and actually, Sectrix, I'm so glad that I made these. I actually printed out a bunch more of the small version for myself. I just wish, Sectrix, that I had realized months and months ago that I was sitting on tons of flathead screws and all kinds of basically unusable metal stuff. So instead of putting pennies and pennies and ballast into the thing, I could have just weighted all of those with the screws and washers. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Scarecrow Exec just posted, and then of course everybody please give Scarecrow Exec a follow. Now, Scarecrow, what is the big project that is underway for the fall here, or is it just kind of like sometimes it's a combination of projects, not necessarily one mega project? Here we just have a combination of mega projects. Because in addition to all the Cyber Arthurian stuff and where's the latest Celtic goddess? There we go. Yeah. We did the Arianrod figure. We also have the Arianrod bas relief that we did. So we continuing on our Celtic goddess series, and as far as our starships go, looky here, a brand new fleet. Meet the Woden, a new spacescape on the base, and a whole new set of ships there. And we're gonna the next stream on Monday, we'll be doing a bunch more of those. Whole bunch more of our starships. Now I'm gonna need this slightly lighter, not just here, but also up there. And you can see that's gonna blend wet into wet like it should. We might need a little more thinner in here. Let me see how this works up. Yeah, okay. I was expecting it to work a little bit better up there because that hasn't been messed with in a while. That's a little more set. As a wee bit more set up there. To the extra little lights and the basically some of the stones down here. And of course, all of this stuff, there's a board game and RPG that is associated with our Cybertheria universe. And it's been really interesting working on that because I've utilized some aspects of games that I'd worked on long ago, to especially for something like this, which normally would require up to 7 human players. Well, the amount of times you get 7 people in the same building at the same time is rare. So I was working on some tables and some charts that essentially perform the roles of what would be a human player. Been working on those charts and using a 3d6 curve because initially it was going to be mostly card-based action, and since I want this to be printable by folks, I said, printing cards, that's a nightmare. Wrapped inside, another nightmare. Everybody's got D6. I actually have special D6 you can print out, but yeah, everybody's got like 5,000 D6 in their house. Now that, let's just change the system to that, and that's why it's 3d6 because, well, again, everybody has a bazillion d6s in their house. So now, again, that's metal right there. That should be collecting a little bit more of a glint from this. Look at that, as you can see, you got the firelight, and then that, not so much with the firelight on that side, right? Ooh, fingers, those need some, again, that's going to be ambient light, as in not yellowy. No yellowish orange on this light over here. On the little fingers, we need to make these a little bit lighter to show the different facets of the armored glove. Yeah, not so much with the glowy stuff there. That is pretty much out of reach. That's blocked by a couple of different things, so we're going to take away some of the glow, the orange glow, replace that with more of an ambient light here, like this. Bingo, up there. Now let me try to go one step lighter. Let me grab this. All right, and ultimately we'll break out our fast matte white. Next place I'm going to be working is right up in here, at the very apex of the lightest part of our source light there. Get that light up in here. There we are. Just didn't quite have that extra little kick to it. No, it should. Yeah, right along all these edges. We need a little something in there. Okay, now what about... Oh, this needs a bunch of stuff. We got the gemstone in here that probably is going to need a bit more flair. Maybe some more mid-tone for sure, and then some kind of really light orangey light on that too. First though, I'm going to work around the perimeter. More light down there. Okay, that way. So that definitely stands out some more. What about the crown up here? Something a little bit lighter up in, and not too late. Just I wanted to bring this one part forward. That's it. Just in that area, nowhere else. To this Well, that should be the lightest of the glow. Let me see if this really is. Minus that piece of fuzz or whatever that's sitting on that brush. Okay, that's gone. How much lighter is that? It's sort of lighter. String that out. Couple of color lights there. What about the other side? Either that or we bring in a little bit more of the orange yellow and we make this lighter by making everything else darker. We can do that. Yes, we can. Speaking of lighter here, let me get that in the sword here. And oh, let's get that one. If you check out the YouTube channel, you'll be able to see some of the previous streams where we painted up a whole bunch of the game tiles. There's several different types of tiles. So again, the whole system is designed to be printable, 3D, and also, well, the rules will just be essentially a PDF. You can print those out. Obviously, it's sometimes a little bit easier to be able to view a printed PDF as opposed to just real tiny on a phone or even on an iPad. Just want folks to have the option of doing either one. And the fun thing is that once you're done playing the game, the board game version, you can utilize that map and then play an RPG game on that very same map. That's how it's designed. We've already painted actually the small board game Corrupted Arthur a couple of months ago, maybe. Yeah, let's just make that a little more orangey, and then our. So yeah, see that just got a little teensy bit lighter by default. I want to blend that out a little more. It's a little choppy right there. There we go. I wonder if I can make a little a little bit brighter fracture. Go down in here. I mean, it's reasonably light in there. Oh yeah, that's right. This gem here. Let me see if we can make that look a little bit more substantial. What about? Oh yeah, maybe these things too. Maybe a little extra touch of light there, and we're on the crown. These, I think these could collect some little bit of light right over here. Come on. Those, and that maybe a little bit of light here on the hair, which almost in some ways casts a bit of a shadow there on the rest of them. Now up here, I think I can finally, been waiting a while, to get the orange in this. I've been waiting a long time. I've been sticking my finger on that to work on other areas, so that's why this has been waiting. Don't be hasty. Don't be a hasty hobbit. You know what? I'll let it catch some light coming that way. So see you later there, surface tension. Have a fabulous Sunday. So yeah, surface tension. I'll try to send you some of the new stuff there. Let's see. I don't know if you have all of the lore video links. I know you got at least 4 or 5 of them. I don't know if you have number 6. That would be the Alchebans, or the Alkebans, sorry. That's your fish and chips folks there. So if you don't have that lore video, I'll try to make sure that you get that. That is the latest, greatest lore video at this point. You know what? Maybe that's going to be reflecting a little bit there. Let me go work back in here. Some of this. Nope, that is going to be way too light for reflected light there. That'll basically be lighter than the actual cast light from the. Yeah, there we are. No, I think we need to. I think we need to take a little bit of a back away from that. So yeah, surface tension. I'll make sure you're up to number 6 because there are now 6 of them. The Woden were number 5, but the Alkebans, that's number 6. Now here, let's try and get a nice little line of lights are all along this conduit here. There. Now drag this down over here. Do a similar deal on this side. Right there. Now let's make this a little lighter here. See you later, Scarecrow. Have yourself a fabulous night. And of course, everybody please give Scarecrow Exec a follow. Thank you so much for the raid, Scarecrow. Appreciate that. Have yourself a good one. I wonder, let me see if I can't do a little something lighter right in there. And a little something right there. Okay. Now what I might do, I'm just going to go do a little bit of a refresh on our anti-sleepy medicine there. Because we've used a whole, whole bunch of that. I'm also going to just do a little quick check on the one set of print we were able to get going before we started the stream, so we don't want anybody to go anywhere because we still got to get to the fabulous conclusion here of our corrupted Arthur. So don't go anywhere. We shall be right back, just like the sign says. Might even break out. Well, it is almost hour 3, and that's typically when we break out our fast matte white. What I'm going to do first, though, go back to some of the darker stuff. Remember, we were talking about doing some of that on the sword sheath here, like that. Just to create some more. Yeah, see, we need a little more dark under some of these shapes. Oh, yeah, here too. All the little rivets. Let's get some dark there. All these little guys. I think we need to do a little separation under there too. I think we kind of got some in amongst those panels. You know what? Here, let me do this one a little dark right up in here. There we are. And then again, spread that a bit more. This needs to be lighter. Let me just, yeah, I'll just grab one of these. I don't need a ton there. One more hit. Let me try this. It's more thinner. That's about it. I don't think I really want that a whole lot lighter. I don't think so. This needs to be lighter though, I think. Where's my Indian yellow? We need that to make sure. This, yeah, see that? And of course, if I had the Williamsburg Indian yellow, that would be even more intense. The one downside to the Indian yellow from Williamsburg, it's one of their slowest drying colors, as in like period. That Egyptian violet, and I probably brilliant yellow pale. Those really love those colors, but they're gonna dry much slower. Now, of course, the more alkyds you use with those colors, and we've tested this a bunch of times in our tutorial vids, you can make those dry faster than they ordinarily would just by virtue of, okay, you're using an alkyd white or any other alkyd color. If they're mixed together, it'll make a color that normally dries very slowly. It'll just dry a little bit faster, or maybe a lot faster, depending on just how much alkyds and stuff you got in that mix. Later on the, yeah, let's get this right here on the little holes in the cloak, like we do. A little bit over there too. All right, so that you can see it's really casting some nice strong light there. Now, I wonder, let me grab this underside of the blade here. Let me see if we can make that work. Push it this way. Yeah, I think no, I guess that we had done that on the top. I guess not. All right. I thought we did that up here. I don't see it. We'll do it now. I did along the edges, but not along the actual surface itself. Those three, that, and here. So, done with that. Little extra light there. Nice to see you there, Doji. Happy Sunday. So, Doji, why don't you share some fabulous stuff in the chat? And as always, appreciate you being here. So Doji, I'll have to show you pictures when we plant all of the stuff, the indoor stuff. We're definitely doing that indoor garden thing that I was talking about. I would be very disappointed if by say December. If I actually able to set all this stuff up, I'll be disappointed if by December it didn't have me some peppers or something. Since the summer peppers did not work out, we're going to do winter peppers, winter crop there, Doji. We're doing a winter crop this year. Yeah, it may not work at all, but we're going to give it a shot. Trying to figure out where I can stick my hands. Well, okay, we haven't done those yet. I'm just going to put that right here. Let's get the later stuff in the hair. Maybe even a little later. Hey there, Arid. How you doing? Everybody, please give Erica Wife a follow. Great to see you there, Arid. And of course, Arid, why don't you post some Pinterest links in the chat there? Oh, and of course, Arid, here's hoping that the process of finding out what is the deal there is not a big deal. I know it's gonna be kind of irritating as all heck. But again, everybody please give Erica Wife a follow. Now, Arid, I think you were saying this was going to be the last session for that, right? Here's hoping you were able to get that done. Let me get my lighter orangey stuff over here. There we go. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared. Everybody please give Erica Wife a follow. So we are doing the corrupted version of Arthur. Here's the regular version right here. There we go. So we painted this one on stream a while ago, and of course that had some fabulous freehand on it. Here we've got ourselves a little nastier version of Arthur right there. He's been corrupted by Mordred. We did this on Thursday. Yes, indeed. Glad you were able to get those finished there. Last night we got back to our Trench Crusade stuff, so a little bit shinier right there. Nice and shiny and all happy. This here is kind of shiny and orangey, very orangey, and of course we've been doing our Celtic goddesses too. We've got the Epona. Yeah, you might be seeing that maybe next Friday. Epona, the horse goddess there. So again, everybody check out the Pinterest link that Erica Wife just shared, and please give Erica Wife a follow. About 3 hours ago is when we started on this here using the oil paints. It was essentially kind of a grayish primer. That's basically all it was gray primer when we started. Oh yeah, Eric, I think you posted that. Didn't you post some of that to Facebook, or was that Instagram? I can't remember, or maybe both. But I did see that, and that was. I did see some fabulous jewelry there. That was looking really amazing. Yes, indeed. And again, everybody, please give Erica Wife a follow. Some of this, actually, believe it or not, we gotta make some of this darker here, because then that's got more of a glow. Actually, we can maybe zoom in a bit here on this for you. There you go. Okay, so again, yeah, I thought I saw that. I thought I saw some stuff there, and that was, of course, looking really amazing there, Arid. Looking really amazing. Oh, now, Arid, I don't remember. I think it's every year. Wasn't it October? That gem and jewelry show? Again, I apologize if I don't remember if that's every year or if that's every couple of years. But I seem to remember you, scoring some really nifty stuff there. So hopefully there is one so that you can get to go to that and maybe have a little fun, and of course also secure some very nifty new supplies. I just remember you were able, that last one, you were really able to get some nifty stuff. So it's every April, okay. Unfortunately, sorry, I can't remember exactly what you were able to score on that particular trip, but I know there was multiple things. I don't know if that's. I think you've also employed some of it in some of your recent pieces there. So again, everybody please give Ear to Wife a phone, because Ear to Wife does some painting, also does the gems, the jewelry stuff too. Bingo. And again, this is one of my own sculpts here. This is one of my own sculpts. Part of a whole entire series. Well, here's well, speaking of Mordred, there is Mordred right there. So you saw the bust version a little bit ago. Here it, yeah, that's the whole. Wait, I'm supposed to. I walked into a room. How am I supposed to remember what I went in here for? That is definitely a thing for sure, Aaron. It's like, wait a minute, I'm actually supposed to remember what I want to do in a room when I walk in there? Because it's not like anything else is going on, right? At the same time, nothing weird is going on, nothing jinky or anything like that. Ooh, wait. There we are. So that's the Pearline Crimson mixed with a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown to make it not just darker, but keep it kind of as a deeper, warmer color. If we had mixed in, say, the indigo with that, it almost would become a bit more violet. So yes, here's hoping, here that the latest Easter egg, and it's we find Easter eggs so easily, right, Irid? You would think they would be harder to find, but actually, no. This is where the Easter eggs find you. Yes. Here, the Easter eggs hunt you down. You don't hunt the Easter eggs, Irid. They hunt you. That's it. That's how it goes. I'm going to throw me a couple little darks down in the shadows of the hair over here. Now, if you need to do some post-stream stuff there, Irid, please go ahead and do that. Of course, I know you got to get to doing some of that stuff. I also got to get to some separation here. Dark under that too. So, oh yeah, over here in the metals there. More dark. And you can see we got the again, kind of the orange, and it translates into the bluish grays. That's going to help to give you your source lighting there. We can show that super quick with a film noir, as we call it, like this. So now it's just shading. Same deal here. I mean, that just looks lighter. Does it look like there's any kind of source light stuff now, does there? That pretty much, well, you can see a little bit of it there, but it almost wipes it all out, right, Margaret? So, Margaret, you want to share some stuff in the chat? You know the deal. Please go ahead and do that as we bring back our source light. And you could see it there, right? We lost all this lighter orange, and then the mid-tone, and then the mid-tone bluish stuff over there. So, Margaret, I hope that Sunday morning treats you well. What is it here? It is 2:12 on a Sunday morning here. And now we're 3 hours and 4 minutes into our fabulous Arthur figure here. Again, this is the corrupted version of Arthur. We've already done the board game version of this. That's a little bit smaller because it's only, what, 20, basically 28 mil. Also true scale, for that matter. No, 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 that shouldn't be orange there. We'll change that back in a second. Don't have to worry about that right now. You need to be... Let's get the lighter stuff here. Let's take this lighter orangey stuff. Put you over there. Some of you down there. Oh, let me try some of this. Mix that with this here. This 1 edge, I'd love to be able to get that 1 edge lighter. Plus that, and now here. And then maybe one other lighter spot right along his arm there. Thank Darmid Woodford posted a link to the Instagram. So the latest post should be on the Instagram. The fabulous marble that we did on the Patreon page. I've done what, 4? Yeah, 4 of those marble tutorials, and each one of them has in some ways a more and more exotic form of marble on it, which is that's been super fun. More marble, more better, all with the oil paints. And again, all the sculpts that you see me painting on here, these are my sculpts. Because it's really fun to paint your own sculpts. Of course, eventually these will all be up on, say, something like a My Mini Factory. Because as much fun as it is to paint your own sculpts, you want to also see what other folks might do with them, because they'll do different color schemes. These are all based on my original art, so needless to say, my color schemes are strongly influenced by what I did with the painting. You won't have that necessarily. It's going to be a kind of maybe a little bit different My Mini Factory page in that, well, every miniature is going to have some painted version of it on there. Oh, and most, if not every single thing that's on that My Mini Factory will also have some kind of painting tutorial that goes along with it. Either a live stream like this or a tutorial video like those on the Patreon page. We're getting a little bit more of the orange in here. There we are. Okay. So again, I think you can see the internal glow here. I'm wondering, do I need to go a little? Yeah, we'll probably go a little bit lighter on the edge of that. Might even break out ye old fast matte whites. Says, well, no, it's after 3 hours. This is the is it the Williams? No, this is the Gamblin fast matte white here. I'll just throw a little bit out. We don't need a ton. That will be for some of the latest stuff in the source lighting, I believe. So again, Margaret, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Just throw a little bit of thinner in there, start to break that down. And now, well, this is again well, just a couple little touches of something that's very calinti. Let me get even more of the orangey stuff out of there. I think we got it now. We need the light edge on there. Yep. Some of our edges on this part of the armor here. Oh, geez. This is going to be something, we'll have to do that again. Yeah, look at this. And that's after me washing my hands. This is going to be something we'll have to do that again. Yeah, look at this. And that's after me washing my hands. This is going to be something we'll have to do that again. Yeah, look at this. And that's after me washing my hands. This is going to be something we'll have to do that again. Yeah, look at this. And that's after me washing my hands. Now, of course, with the oil paints, if you don't want to get the oils kind of spread around, touching other things or whatever, well, you just wear a glove. And then when you're ready to stop painting, well, guess what? You take off the glove, you chuck the glove in the garbage, and no fuss, no muss. I'm not using a wet palette or a glass palette or anything. That's a piece of parchment paper. That's all it is. Piece of parchment paper that is, it just got some little clips there. It's just clipped to a piece of cardboard. It can't be much simpler than that. And here are a couple of lights along that edge. That makes that look a little bit glintier. What's happening up here? Yeah, some light there now. Also here along edges of our stones here. Never really did the lighter stuff on the top. Ooh, that makes a big difference. Look at that. Big difference there. So we're looking for something very absorbent. Also, it's pretty, even the higher quality parchment paper that you get in the flat sheet, just much easier to chop this stuff up. And again, clip it to a piece of cardboard because that has the absorbency. That gets rid of all that extra linseed oil, or especially that nasty safflower oil, which just makes things take way longer to dry. And again, when you have the parchment paper there, it's going to maybe suck up a little bit more of that. Otherwise, that's just going to be sitting there. We don't want a bunch of safflower oil just sitting there. Because again, that just makes things take way longer to set, way longer to dry. That is just too annoying. We don't want to deal with that. And again, it's real easy to, once you're done with it, you just chuck it in the garbage because all the paint's going to be dry in there anyway. You just take it, you crinkle it up, throw it in the garbage, and you're good to rock and roll. You'll have to definitely send me some pics of that, Camden. Now, of course, Camden, I don't think you're doing an Instagram post right now. But again, everybody please give Camden Paints a follow, because Camden, again, paints with the oils. Can't recommend doing the color charts enough, right, Camden? Again, because they show much more than just what the color looks like. They also show what, basically what it can kind of do. So yeah, Doji, when you're trying to do like the dry brush stuff, like we do all the time, it is really, really easy to be able to, well, guess what? Get that paint nice and dry, nice and, just kind of wipe most of it off the brush when you got the parchment paper. That again, as opposed to something like like a glass palette or something. So that's fantastic there, Camja. And again, everybody please give Camja Paint a follow. And of course, Irdican wife. There we go. And a little extra light on the top there. Whoa, wait a minute, let me push this over. Let me refresh the brush here. Is nice. Like that. Let me see what happens. I'm gonna mix some of this. I think I'm gonna go a little lighter on that lower lip there. Might even go a little stronger on the dark there. Yeah, the lip, it needed a little bit more stuff on it. Back to my light here. Couple other little glints of our really intense light there. And was it Friday, right, Camda? That'll be the next stream for you there. This coming Friday. I need a. That will really sharpen up some of those edges nicely. I think that one is probably about as sharp as we're going to get with that one. Thanks, Rico. With this one, I wanted that sort of tyrant king, or just say persona or whatever quality to it. And of course, Rico, I can't wait for you to see uh, the two new versions of Lancelot. Yeah, there's not one. There's actually two versions of Lancelot. See you later, Doji. Have yourself a great Sunday. Have a great one there, Doji. And of course, hopefully see you on Monday. I'm going to try it. Okay, there we are. And then this can actually be a little bit more towards our bluish gray than now with that darker red. Let me see if I can go a little bit lighter here with that. Again, that's got some of this this bluish gray here. Let's break this down some more. Not too much, and of course that's also mixing with the red that is already that would be the Perline Crimson. There you go. You can see that it goes from that kind of reddish color into a bluish gray. And let me see what happens when we go a little later with this here. More, trying to get more of a glint again on all that stuff. Back to the, maybe back to the orange here. There's one more set of light. And now let's go to the lightest light here. Let me see if this will work right along this edge. I'm going to push it up a little more so you can see it. There. Lighten up that a little more right there. You know, I'm going to try maybe catch a few more little lights on the little shield over here. More light up on the top of this. Again, like coming down this way. Not even going to bother with that because I'm just going to keep wiping that stuff away. Here, maybe it's a little bit different. Probably not going to stick my hands quite so often in that. Great to see you there, Rams. Happy Sunday. Here's hoping that you had a blast watching Cam's stream yesterday. And again, well now, oh geez, it's almost time for an actual Cinco trace there at Camda instead of a trace Cinco. Maybe I'm throwing a little bit more of the light along the edge of that. Right there. Now a bit more light right in there. here I can throw a little bit more light because, well, I'm not going to be sticking my hand there, but out here on that, I'm just not going to bother. Now, this might be a little different story here because I'm not going to be sticking my hand on that. Bingo. So Rim's very, very happy that we're able to work on this one here because this has been kind of a big old missing piece of the range for a while. So very fun to finally get down to the, again, the corrupted version of Arthur here. Let me, you know what, I'm going to try to hit the back of that too. Not too much, but looky here, we got ourselves a blending brush. And I just take most of that away. We need some reflective light over here. Blending brush again. Now this one wasn't, I don't think this was too long after Adepticon when we did the regular Arthur figure. And again, he may have had just a little bit of freehand on him too. And this is on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So there they are. Again, the corrupted version and the regular version of Arthur. And we've done that. We've done that with everybody now. Obviously, with the exception of the Green Knight, who is an NPC in the game. Ironically enough, he shows up when the more corruption there is on the board, the more likely he is to show up. And that's not necessarily good for Mordred, because it is possible that him showing up it leads to Mordred having to reveal his secret goal. So the secret goal is not so secret, and everybody knows what it is. It's also not necessarily grand for the players either. Because again, he judges who is worthy or not worthy of either defending or recovering the Grail Code. Of course, the once and future king shall return, so the legend states. But it doesn't state is, well, when's he going to come back, and also doesn't say how. While a dude on a horse with a sword would certainly be interesting to see, not really going to do a whole bunch of good. One of the most contested spaces in the modern age is, of course, cyberspace, which is why these are not corporeal beings. They exist only in code. They do not exist. They are not robots. They are not cyborgs. They do not exist at all. They are just code. He's after their stem cells there, Margaret. That's what he's after. He's a stem cell collector. Let's do some more light over here. He also collects all the squeaky toys, because if you can have all the squeaky toys going at one time, the annoyance factor is so great that the world just, well, ceases to exist. By virtue of the overwhelming sound of all the squeaky toys going off at the same time. I cannot confirm nor deny that was my alternate plan for taking over the world. Obviously, plan number one is have a field trip of a bunch of kids on school buses that can go spread germs around to whatever country that I wish to conquer in about 8 to 9 days. This is another plan. Again, just have hundreds of thousands of squeaky dog toys all going off at the same time. The country subjected to it immediately surrenders. You now have a fabulous country with that's all ready to go, just waiting for its new benevolent ruler. Let me get some of the light over here. Not again, not here. Gonna keep sticking my hand on that. It's nothing, nothing helpful about trying to do that paint again there. I wonder. Let me see something here. Okay. We got our orange here again. Okay, there we are. And of course, Mordred at the start of the game basically draws a secret agenda, and that agenda might be corrupt Arthur. You might think that he's going after different parts of the board, maybe some relays or some nodes or something like that. But no, what he's actually, his main goal is just to put corruption points on Arthur. That needs to, that's got to have a little something besides just, well, a dark gray there. Let me try this. Yeah. I might even go a little bit lighter. Let me try some of this here. Yes. Is better. Again, we'll do a little bit more of our fracture here in the armor. And again, all the, there's other, here's our, now these are the two most difficult entities to cause the fracture in there. So here's Galahad. Yes, since the armor is, the code is written into his armor basically just disappears. So there's your corrupted Galahad and corrupted Arthur. They're two really powerful characters, but again, should they should they go wonky, that is not ideal for the player characters, or the other players anyway. Now, when it comes to the RPG, you're not actually playing any of these characters. Basically, in the RPG, they're essentially demigods, and they give you tasks. Yes, you actually, at the digital round table, are assigned your mission. And of course, you use for your map, you use the map of hex tiles that you created when you were playing your board game. Multiple benefits there. You've already printed and painted those, so now you don't need to print or whatever any maps for your RPG. And also, too, you're somewhat now familiar with the universe that you created. And again, it's a universe that you created, literally playing that game. So it's essentially two games in one. And it's all entirely printable. All the board game pieces. I mean, you can print out the dice if you want, but you can just use regular D6 too. Those are mostly used to control, again, if there's not enough players to control the characters, then they just, using this 3d6 curve system, that will determine what their courses of action might be. There we go. And of course, since the d6 curve is very flexible and offers a lot of different results, it's not just, okay, so-and-so is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Oh no. 3d6 curve with a bunch of, where triples do a special thing. And each character, if you roll a triple for them, that will trigger some separate type of result that is unique to that character only. No, that's got to be later. Let me try this. That's better. Yeah, that was just a little too dark there. Now I think I can go a bit lighter right down in there again. Look where my hand is on this here brush. It's closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. No death grip on the brushes here. Try to get me some more of that. Let me try this again. Okay, yeah, that's better. More of our light here. So that's pretty darn close to the Chloe sword. So let's make that a little lighter. Oh yeah, that's right. Another non-player character would be the Lady of Shalott. That is another target of Mordred. Mordred doesn't attack anything. He doesn't have any armies or anything like that. What he does is he multiplies the truth. Essentially, everybody thinks that they're right and that everybody else is wrong, which causes discord and fracture, and eventually fractures the mainframe, which happens to be the Lady of Shalott. The mainframe shuts down. Well, that's kind of game over right there. So there's many different avenues for Mordred to take. Best if the player characters work closely together instead of doing their own thing, right, Tundra Crusher? How about you do something there, Tundra Crusher, like post your Instagram or Discord into the chat. Everybody please give Tundra Crusher a follow. So great to see you there, Tundra Crusher. Not sure if you did a stream tonight. Hopefully all the streaming has been super fun lately and also super productive. Let me get a little more of that right in there. We are. Let me try that again. Now that's fantastic there, Tundra Crusher. Now I wasn't sure if there's a a convention or a show that you want to let folks know that you're working towards. Let them know. You know what? I'm gonna try to get a little touch of light on the end of that sword. Yeah, that kind of separates out a little bit more. I think it does. I don't. Nope. Can't go any later there. Not going any later there. We do need a little something under here. 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. That forms a Cinco trace, right, Camda? Fabulous Cinco trace, which means absolutely nothing. It means absolutely nothing. Appreciate it there, Camda. That's just how long we've been working on this. Here, let's do a little bit of zoom out. There you go. So you can see all of this. Again, there was no paint on there whatsoever. 3 hours, 34 minutes, 32 seconds ago. Using the oil paints like we always do. So again, Tundra Crusher, you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. Of course, Rems, if you want to share stuff. If you want to share stuff, please go ahead. Now again, see, we're getting a little bit of the orangey stuff here, right in there. Not we might make that, well, I don't know how much I want to do there because I kind of keep sticking my hand on that button. Let's do something. So again, everybody please give Tundra Crusher a follow. Ooh, I'm into the Indian yellow to make sure that doesn't get too peachy there. That's, yeah, let's roll with that. Again, that's just gonna do its own little blending right there. Nice soft brush. Again, this is just a big old craft brush. That's all it is. Keeping it simple here. Again, that's very much of a dry brush there. Don't want to hit this too much, right? Because we want that to be casting our shadow there. I think we're good out here. What about this? I'm just going to do a little bit of cleanup there. Another little bit of brush stroke maintenance over here. Let me try some more of this. Alright. Ooh, there we are. Right there, that bit of dark there, it just needed to be softened up a little bit. I'm going to try to get a little something softer there. Now this might need a little more of the orange. Here we go. Get that pure orange again. Now, well, Rems here's hoping that the painting space, once you get everything reset, turns out to be, super efficient and everything. Sometimes it can be exciting, right, Rems? You're sort of moving some things around, maybe based on either new projects or new ways of working or something like that. Now here we're combining, this is the indigo and the perling crimson. That is going to make it a bit of a cooler color there. Dark, but a cooler color. You know what? Here, let me... again, another little round of separation in there. Blending brush. We're going to use one of our little teensy craft brushes again to do that. And this is a big old 75mm size sculpt again of our corrupted Arthur. Oh, that's what we need over here. We never did get some of the deeper dark in this area here. Let's do some of that now. So up here, I think on this side, I'm going to get all this stuff out of here. We will take, that's again our indigo. We'll mix that with this. So this is a very kind of a dingy bluish gray. That is going to go into that corner there. So we don't want to, see, we're not looking to outline that. See how we made a shape there? We want to shapes and not lines. That's what we want. I wonder, I think I can maybe get a few little bits of, like, again, that's why not bothering to paint anything here until we're basically just about done, because otherwise I'll just keep hitting it with my hand and I'll just keep wiping paint off of there. Ooh, how's about a smidge of the lighter stuff up there? Now I'm going to retreat. It's got a little bit more of the blue in it. I'm kind of looking to do some brushstroke and maintenance there. That was a little too raggedy. Yeah, Rems, it is kind of funny. This streaming area here is a very, very, very tiny, cramped little space. Because, well, we have to have all the stuff around us. Otherwise, there won't be very much to show. But that does mean everything is, well, within 27 inches. because that is basically how far my arms can reach. Once it gets further beyond than that, it is, well, unreachable. You know what? That's also going to lose a little bit of the reddish glow there because, again, it's shadow cast by that cloth there. And it is kind of neat to see how they get the same idea, right? The various types of gray. You got some of the bluish gray. You see in his cloak here, that's a much warmer gray. That's the Van Dyke brown mixed with the gray, and then here we actually have some greenish gray on this. We're gonna kind of I think we're gonna put a little more of that, little more. So we're gonna take this here, and we're taking that sort of a yellowish color. We shall mix these together to make a really dingy green. We're trying to have as many different colors as we can. The thing is, we want that to be as neutral as possible, as in not too much towards the yellow, not too much towards the blue. We also don't want it to be too saturated. By using some opposites there, by default it already is kind of desaturated to start with. I might even try to go a bit lighter on those folds. I don't think I want to go any lighter than this. No, definitely don't want to go lighter than that. Again, this is our ambient light. If this gets too light, our source lighting becomes source shading. We don't want that. No, sir, we don't want we want object source lighting, not object source shading. Alright, back to again here with the these little guys here. This is going to go a little tap 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 here. Took it and just kind of drew that, just pulled it here. It's almost like you're in Photoshop using that smearing tool, whatever. I want now. Let me see if I can't take some more of our. This is a bit of our reddish tone. This is the same as what we use in some parts of the skin too. Yeah, we'll lighten this up a little over here. They got some of the folds here that should also be lighter. They should catch some light. Where's my... Here it is. A couple of folds right in there. And then maybe a little something up here. Then over the top. This fold right here, for whatever reason, there's this like little blob right there. We'll get rid of that. So that's Indian red / Mars red. You guess you could use something like, see, if you use a Mars violet, at least a Williamsburg Mars violet, that's gonna be very orangey. This is, okay, we're looking for something that's not quite a skin tone necessarily, but too much yellow in there. We got a lot of yellow right up in the fiery stuff. We don't want to repeat that too much. We also have plenty of green here in the face. I wonder, see, that should catch a little more orange there. All right, let me get all this grayish subdued color out of the brush. We're going to take this orange here. We'll mix our Indian yellow with it. Maybe a little bit of the opaque stuff here. Right there on that cheekbone, and maybe a little bit more on this crown here. Let me see what happens. Those two, plus the edge of this might even need to be lighter. I think, yeah, let me grab some of the fast matte white to mix in with this. Ooh, that might just do it. Now we're talking. We'll use this as a blending brush. Gotta make sure there's no paint on there. And you saw we just kind of stab it a little bit. What that does is removes a lot of the excess brush strokes there, which just makes it look cleaner to start with. We sometimes refer to it, or this stage anyways, as brush stroke management. I mean, it is, wow, geez, now we're getting on 4 hours here. Now, this over here, you know what, let me get some of the fanchon red, a little bit of the pure orange, mix you together. That's good. Also good there. Rems, all of that stuff we were just talking about, right? Where we just kind of let it do some of the work. Well, oh yeah, that's right. Ask not what you can do for your oils, but what your oils can do for you. So we want them to be doing as much of the work as possible. Right, and that's why we did the lighter dry brush stuff, then we did the glaze over the top of that, and then we let this stuff mix in with the glaze, right, with the larger brush. Of course, that's the other thing too, is when you're using larger brushes like this, like a big old filbert brush, this craft brush, and not just the fabulous liner brush, right, there things are just going to, well, they're just going to happen faster. Let me get some of this paint out of here, because again, that's the alkyd stuff, right, Camden? That's just going to sit in there. And again, some alkyds are going to dry faster than others because, well, it's the same thing with oil paints. I'll be curious to see, Camden, how long it takes those all those Candinium paints you got there, how long it takes those to dry. I might be measuring that with a calendar, unless, of course, as we talked about earlier, man, maybe you're using some alkyds along with them, like what we're doing here. We have some slow drying regular oil paints, but guess what? We also have some way faster drying alkyds, all part of the mix. Now, have we gotten enough of our reflected light? No, not sure just yet. I'm going to take a look around here. A little bit there. Now, here's another. Any brush can be a blending brush, right, Camden? So you can see there's a kind of a hard edge right there. We're just going to do this little tap, tap, tap deal. And then we're just going to smush that all in this direction. So what we have right there, again, that's, I don't want to say free blending, but it's pretty close to it. You don't have to do much. You just plop that paint on there, and then you grab another brush, and you just kind of push that stuff around. That's it. It's not terribly difficult, at least not the concept of it. And of course, with the oil paints, less is more, more is way too much. That's where the alkyds can come in real handy for folks that are new to this, because one of the things that most definitely happens to folks that are new to this, they're still in the acrylic mentality, and they end up with just way too much paint on the figure. Now with regular oils and no alkyds, that can take a little while to dry. Perhaps even weeks or months to dry, and then folks get frustrated and they say, I'm not sure that the oils are for me, when they could have been. They just didn't realize that, yeah, if I have a faster dry paint, even if I do end up with more paint on the surface, it'll at least dry in my natural lifetime. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just, well, let's see. Let's check our one from, this is from last night. Yeah, that would be dry. So I was just painting less than 24 hours ago. I was still painting on this. That would be dry. And that is all entirely oils. It's not just like an oil wash or something. Yeah, Rem, it's one of those things that just as we were doing more and more with the oils, and obviously more and more tutorials on the Patreon page, just started to realize that if I could find another way for folks to kind of avoid those early disappointments, right, Rems? Because that can be a little bit that can be a disappointing thing. Because you have expectations of yourself, and then you go, it's like, okay, well, clearly I have no idea how to do this, and that's no fun. We don't want people feeling like that. You want people to feel like they can have some fun with it, and maybe again find their own way to maximize the use. Because everybody might have a different use for it. Maybe other folks say, you know what, I want to do the whole first third of it with acrylics, do the rest with oils, or the other way around. I thought for me that's how it was going to be. It was going to be the other way around, where I would do the opening parts of it with the oils because it's loose and fast and everything, and then all the detail stuff would happen in acrylics. Turns out that it's way easier to do the details in oils than acrylics, so that's and that's kind of part of it is a hydrodynamics thing. You can literally get the oils thinner than water by a lot. So that can make some of the teensy tiny freehand way easier. Now the alkyds that Rems is talking about, now there's a couple of different types here. So in the U.S., relatively easy to get your hands on the Winsor Newton Griffin alkyds. These are more expensive. These are not nowhere near as expensive. You can get these on Amazon, which means you can get them anywhere. We call these the universal paints. Again, this is Paul Rubens. They even have a line of fluorescent paints. Now there's 38 regular colors. You got to make sure they say alkyds because Paul Rubens does non-alkyd paints. So you got to make sure that it actually says alkyds on there. And the other thing too, that you'll want to wait for those to go on sale, as in Black Friday or some kind of special Amazon Day or Prime Day. Is that what they call those? Wait for those days. It should be somewhere in the neighborhood of $63 for the 38 color set. If it's more than that, leave it in your cart. Does that mean that's what I do? I think I've gotten I've gotten 2 additional sets. There's one that's still literally wrapped up in a box. I mean, the box itself is still in shrink wrap, I think. And I have no intention of touching those until I absolutely need to break into a new one. But I just I want to have the sets there ready to rock and roll, and of course take advantage of that Prime Day sale. So you can see this is not just lighter, but you can see the greenishness there. See the greenish. Now up here, we might need to go ultra dark once again. We got it right over here. We got it there. We need to sharpen up a few edges along this thing. This is a little wonky over here. That is better. Also better there. There. What about a little more right there? Okay, that's good. That is good. Let me get rid of that. Just was there we are. All right, here more of this darker stuff. That edge. Now here, that's pretty much the same as our metal. I'm going to take that's the Indian red, which we sometimes use for some skin tone. We also use it for rust and weathering and all that kind of good stuff too. Lighten that up a little more. like that. There we are. Get some of that on the other side because we're missing some of that, and then maybe even on the scabbard there, a little more there too. Yeah. Now let's go back and get the. We sort of took out these two little rivets right there. Well, actually, three of them. There we are. Do I need to? Let me see what happens. I'm gonna go with the. This is our darker, kind of like an indigo here. Trying to put that fracture in there. Maybe a little extra dark up there too, yeah. So we're with it's divided up. Now I made the mistake. Well, not really a mistake. I just wasn't sure about them. There's a set of 20. There's a set of 18. So there's a you can get the set of 38 together, but they also do set. Well, actually, they even do. Now I don't think. Well, in the U.S. you can't get the triple of black, but there's also a 3-pack of the white. And I still got it. Geez, I keep forgetting to get me another 3-pack of the white there. So yeah, there's a 20 set, there's an 18, but the overall, to get all the colors, that's the 38 set, and sometimes that's generally between like 92 to 80 something bucks. You want to wait till that gets down to 63. And then there's the set of opera colors. That would be your fluorescents. I think there's a dozen of them there. That one doesn't go on sale very often at all. I'll tell you that. Nice to see you back there, Irid. So, Irid, why don't you share the Pinterest link again? Share that Pinterest link, and everybody please give Irid a follow. Because Irid does fabulous jewelry and some painting, and there it is. Go check out the Pinterest link that Irid just shared. Nice to see you there, Hats. How you doing? So, Hats, these are definitely, they are most definitely a savings. So if you get the, again, you get these stuff on non-Prime Day, it could cost you as much as 90 bucks. So the Prime Day sales on this stuff are genuine. Glad that you're still here there. Glad you're still here, Valfira. So Hetzers are gonna Hetz, right? So Hetz, how you doing? Great to see you back. Yeah, there's been a few times where it's 20% off, right, JD, and it's 20% off the raised 25%. Yeah, that most definitely happens. I think I just saw that earlier this week, JD. And again, it wasn't like it was a special Prime Day or something. It was just a sale. I'm like, that 25% off is more than the last time I saw it. When it wasn't 25% off. Go figure, right, JD? Let me go a little bit stronger with the green here. I think that was for outdoor solar lights. I think I saw that. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, a little bit of a greenish color there. Nah, I won't zoom in. I want people to be able to see the overall, what we're trying to do around the whole thing here. There we go. A little bit more of that kind of yellowish stuff. Oh, you know what? That needs a little something extra there. Is nice. I'm gonna put a little bit of that lighter greenish stuff even down here. That we just did some dry brushy stuff there. Now we're gonna do a little bit as we get to hour number 4. Yes, we are now 4 hours in here on our fabulous Arthur. So yeah, that's just like what Valfair was saying there. I just put things in my cart, and then I can really tell. It's like, yeah, that's not really all that cheap, because it's just they raised the price and then lowered it again. So I'm always keeping the ups and ups on that, right, Valfira? No, no, I like the idea of the almost skin tone color here on the inside of the cloak there. Okay, so we got green on this side. We have almost a reddish color on that side. I wonder. I was tempted to do a bit. Well, let me try this then. Okay, fine. I wasn't initially thinking about it, but let me see if I can look again where my hand is on this here brush. Yes, okay, that was good. That was not a bad idea to do that. Wait. Let's break this down a teensy bit more. Let's try it again. It's got to get a little bit more thinner in there. Ooh, I think we got it now. All right, just it took a couple of rounds of it. That's all. That was, shall we say, somewhat disappointing packing methods, right, Valfira? Yeah, talk about a wee bit of a mess to clean up. How long did that take? How long did that particular mess take to clean up there, Valfira? That was a no bueno. All right, now that I got the light there, I'm going to do this. There we go. Me do the same deal up there. Yeah, Margaret, you're probably not going to see those too much in the stores. Again, the challenge was to try and find paints that everybody could get, including the fluorescents, because there was a lot of folks that just said, "Look, I want to use exactly the same stuff you're using." And much as we love the Williamsburgs, there's some places where it's just way too expensive, or in the case of these, they don't ship these outside the US. So you're not going to get your hands on those. Now, we did create a whole series of videos showing how people can make basically their own oil paints out of pigment powders and linseed oil, but not everybody wants to do that. And that is where the Paul Rubens came in, and that's where we also realized that for folks that are new to this, using the alkyds can really, again, it kind of takes away one layer of complexity there. So there was kind of a multifaceted thing behind the Paul Rubens. Since I mean, the last time I was in art store was 2018, I think. That is that's where Amazon is important, because, well, I basically, all the printing supplies, a lot of the stuff that I get is too special. You're never going to find that in any store. So the Amazon thing happens a lot. It is just the nature of the beast. There, we needed some dark in there. So I haven't actually used any of this Valfira right here. We'll just, I'm going to just kind of open this up and just see, because if I need to wear a mask with that Valfira, then it's useless. I mean, it's not useless for me, but it's useless for videos. So yeah, I'm gonna do a little experiment there, Velfaro. I have the mask on. I'll open that up, and if I can still smell that with the mask on, it's like, okay, we're not filming with that. Because remember that compressed area we were talking about? Yeah, it's tight quarters here. Uh, Talk about sleep streaming, right, Velfira? Yeah, that'll be the ultimate sleep stream. It'll be one of the last ones I ever do, probably too. Usually right at the end. Okay, I gotta divide this up here. Got it. And that one there. So yeah, I'm kind of doubting that. So yeah, Velfira, that's probably something that I really won't be able to use for videos. Now again, it could be super handy for just things that I need to do myself, right? If I'm doing a bunch of terrain or a whole bunch of something where maybe we need a faster drying time, whatever. It might be valuable there. Now, here, this needs to be a little lighter over here. So on this side, yeah. Now, one more hit. Where's my... And I do believe there's fast matte white in that. Ah, that's better. Now, I need to get some of this kind of greenish skin tone. Is this going to be too light? No, not really. Not if I do that. And then take Mr. Blendy brush here. Can you see what we're doing? We're going to take this and we're just going to spread that out. So again, that was basically 2 brush strokes. That was way lighter. That was way lighter than what was there. That's again, hashtag no layers with the oil paints. So Camda, why don't you share that in the chat there? Everybody can check out this Instagram link that Camda's going to share some brand new oil paints that Camda was experimenting with. Back to the, yeah, some of that indigo. Make you a little darker in there. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. And again, everybody please give Camda a follow. Camda also paints, as you can tell, with the oils. Ah, there we go. Yeah, see, those get a little bit too light over there. Little bit too light. Now here, what we got to do on these 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Now here, look at this. We're gonna take this. That is not an outline. We're trying to do some shapes here. See what we're doing here? Look at this. See what let's zoom in. Let us zoom in so you can see that easier. There you go. All right. So see, look at this. So that's just kind of a soft, that's almost like that would be fabric or something. We do this. You see how we still get the little bit of reflection under there? But now it kind of sharpens up that edge. And that's what we're looking for. With the metals, you don't have the sharp edges, you ain't got metals. Now, it could be a big deal. It could be a big deal. Now, of course, Valfair, it might not work at all. It might fail horribly. I was glad it was only 9-ish bucks or something, Valfair. Remember, where the heck is it? Remember how disappointed we were in this stuff until we found out it's fabulous for the blood, doing the blood stuff? Yeah, that was a major disappointment. And then it's like, oh, well, we found the use for it. Could be the same deal with that resin stuff there. Remember, Valfira, the modeling paste, the marble dust? I was not expecting to be sculpting. It was at the 3-in-1 process of sculpting, priming, and painting the trees. I never thought I'd be using it for that, right? That was That was an unexpected result. Camden, I'll send you an animation of this. I actually have an animation of this character, and he looks pretty nasty in that animation. I used that Camden, believe it or not, to try and see if it was kind of like as a, what would you say, an animated reference. Yeah, think of it like that, an animated reference. Because seeing that definitely gave me some ideas for how to, again, make him look even more imposing slash threatening, whatever here. Because the whole behind this one, it was supposed to have as basically as a kind of a regal, calm look as possible, whereas this is, again, supposed to have a pretty threatening look to him there. But yeah, we got that, the green on the face. There's a little bit of strategery there, right? We have all this orange and red around it. That is going to make the, again, the orange and red stand out that much more. Now, let me see. No, I need some of the Indian yellow here. This should catch a wee smidge more light back in here. Also, down over here. Not more of that Indian yellow. In there, and a couple of these little parts is here. Now, what about on the other side? Do I need to do the same deal? I kind of already did that on this. Here we are. This will. That'll get later. Get Burger, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, I know I ask all the time, but if you want to share something in the chat, please, please again, feel like you can do that. I will take. Do I have some of my? Yes, I have some of my dark here. Now my hand's just gonna kind of have to be floating here because there is nowhere to rest the hand. Another edge cleanup. Those two. Something there. Oh, let's get some of that dark over in here. Good. Oh, and by the way, these are all one-piece sculpts. Yeah, this is a one-piece sculpt. This was all printed out, printed up on the, ironically enough, on that Saturn. Oh, it was like a 15.5 hour print, maybe 15.25 hours, something along those lines. Get right about, right about 75 mil. I think definitely at 72. It seems like a lot of stuff that says it's 75 mil is not quite that size. Actually, it was almost easier, Camden, to support this. Almost easier. So here, let's I think this is the, let's zoom out recoil. Gee, I didn't realize I was zoomed in that close. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. So again, not just the orange versus this bluish gray, but here again, you've got almost like a yellowish, greenish color. There's some blue there. That'll be the first stuff to go away. Then we're going to lose, of course, all of the source lighting stuff. So let's do this. Again, first, all of those differences will just vamoose. Okay, yeah, those are pretty much gone. There's no color differences there, but you can still see a little bit of the orange. Now it's all gone. And that pretty much successfully eliminates anything that even looks like source lighting. Now over here, right, we don't have the bluish colors there and the orange colors over there. So once again, I mean, yeah, the sword looks lighter, but does it really look like any? As once you get past that, source lighting all gone, right? Bring it back, bring it back. Almost at 50, now we're at 50. So again, you can see green here, kind of a reddish color there, reddish color there. That's almost kind of a yellowish down there. And then blue-ish. Again, not blue as in it's bright blue, but it's definitely more blue. Certainly more blue than that. Oh, no problem there. Thanks to Recoiled. I mean, film noir has value, does it not? Film noir has value. So yeah, this took basically about 15 hours, 20 something minutes to print. Definitely one of the longer Cyberthurians. I think the only other one that was that close was the one of Morgan Le Fay on the Serpent Throne. That one was probably in the 15-ish hour range. Also, too, the settings that I use are extremely conservative because speed doesn't mean much. If you have a print that doesn't turn out, you didn't save any time at all. Right, Sea Dragon, how you doing? Great to see you, Sea Dragon. So, Sea Dragon, hopefully you are recovered from the big trip there. Again, glad to see you. I hope everything is fabulous. Me. I'm gonna backtrack from that just a smidge over here. There we go. That's it. That is it. So Sea Dragon last stream. It was the reintroduction of Trench Crusade. Yes, some non-Grimdark or Grimdark. That's right, Camden. Yes, non-Grimdark. But Trench Crusade is back on the menu, but we call it Byzantium Wars because I just like it better, right, Recoil? I likes that better. So that's what I'm going to call it. Maybe lighten you up a bit more there too. Yep. What about you down here is nice. Up there is nice. So again, that's a light coming down that is not orangey. Orangey light, not orangey light. But the film noir certainly shows how light it actually is, right, Recoil? Let me lighten up this too here. Now, Sea Dragon, I guess that, well, hopefully now you can kind of get back into the painting swing of things. A little more there with, yeah, some of the more of this. That's a little wonky there. I want that to go a little bit further into the shadow area. Now, this also should maybe be lighter as well. Let me try some of that blue, some of the white there. I hit the well, we can do one as me as a a Byzantium Wars character. There we go. Recoil like kind of like how we have Cyber Wapelius. Ooh, let me lighten this up a little more here. Ah, that's better. Because I'm already represented in the Compass Rose universe, so why not be represented in some more universes? Bingo. There, now let me make that edge a bit sharper again. Now here, that's just a too solid. We need some kind of mid-tone. Maybe some kind of a tink. Actually, well, do I have him here? There we go. We'll just we'll have a tank commander version of me there. Either that or some kind of a preacher there. That might be more appropriate, right? Recoil. The linseed reliquary there. What is happening with? Well, let me. Once again, we gotta refocus an edge here. We just got there. We are okay. We lost that one. Now we need to. I think I'll lighten this up here. I might need to bring out the. Yeah, let me get some more weight out. Let's just get a little fast net white here. Teeny little bit of that. Wow, we just had a quattro dose there, Camda. I guess we're actually gonna have a quattro cinco before we have a cinco quattro. We're having all the cincos, all the quattros on stream here. Tons of them. It's out of control. Alrighty. Again, that's as light as that can be. Yeah, Art of Michael, I mean, that is, well, that's where the commercial art training really is handy, is it not? Because it's like, okay, this is the money that it's worth. Have we exceeded the time allotment there? Actually, Art of Michael, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, again, why don't you do that? Hopefully you've been making some decent progress on it still, though, Art of Michael. Get me that light in there. Okay, so again, that is about as light as you can get there. This needs yellow attached. Okay, a little more. Breaking that down here. I'm going to try to get another little light. If I can actually get this stuff broken down. There we go. On this little dude right here. Because that is, well, it's kind of right underneath where the source light is. And we check out the Instagram link that Art of Michael just shared. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna. We're gonna catch some more light right on the edge of this here armor. Like that. Oh, there we go. And I would like to do that up here too. That whole edge needs some right in there. Also, that edge and a little something there too. Yeah. And maybe. Let me. That edge up there, and then here. Yeah, this is real dark for having that sword right next to it. Yeah, I heard him. There was multiple times where they said this is not supposed, is not headed for the Louvre or something like that. This is just, it's got to be done right now. It's got to be good enough, and that is it. Which is why the videos that I do, they tend to be in the 2-ish hour range, mostly because I kept asking folks over and over again, do you think 2 hours is about what your average work session is? And a lot of the responses were, yeah, that's about it. On the high side, maybe 2.5 hours. So when I'm doing the video, there's times where it's like, well, I wish I could do more. But we're getting to the limit on the time for this video. With the Army Painter series, there are actually times, right, Camden, where I actually will say, okay, I'm going to spend somewhere between 15 to 20 something minutes on this bit, which leaves me, okay, this much time left. Then if I'm going to do that, maybe we don't do this because I can save 5 or 10 minutes there. We're literally kind of bargaining over minutes and time, which that happens a lot, right, Camden? Where you're just like, I would really love to do this, but it also means not sleeping before work. And then, of course, right, Margaret, that's when you don't have a whole family of sick kids in the house. I know multiple people, actually, Camden, yeah, I know 2 other folks that have a whole house full of sick kids right now. I guess, the whole, well, school has started again. Time for kids to start getting sick. More of that light here. So that's why we try to, again, make the videos as close to at least a time frame of most folks' work session there. Let me try to catch a couple little extra, yeah, little light there and a little bit on there too. Now this, I'm tempted to try and get a little bit of this down in here. Right there, okay. Yeah, to kind of mirror what we did with the other eye. Ooh, let's restore some of the light stuff there. I kind of wiped some of that away with my hand. There's even times where I'll basically even take my piece of paper that I use for writing down, okay, how long a certain segment of the video was or whatever. Then I'll actually write it out in a mouse. Say, okay, we got 15 minutes here. If we spend 25 minutes on this, that'll only give me 10. And we basically find ways of scraping out, carving out 5, 10, 15 minutes here and there. Sometimes that means only doing a freehand thing on maybe a special character instead of on everybody. That is why episode 2 is always a color test figure. Because it's more than just like, okay, what is it supposed to look like? That is also, well, that part of it, if we do that, it's going to make it take twice as long. So we'll simplify, much as we would like to do whatever technique or any special thing on there. It's like, that is just not worth it. We'll have to restrict that only to 1 or 2 figs. Because that is pretty much how every Army Painter project goes. People are super excited about it when they start out. And then it becomes something they don't ever want to look at again. And well, I try to show people ways to well not have that happen. A little more of an orange up in there. Yeah, yeah, something like that. Now over here, that's gonna be a little bit peachy. Let's get some of the Indian yellow into that. A little light going right down in there, and that might just have to do it there. Might just have to do it. Do we want to hit a little? Then again, that casting a bit of light on the side of his face, a little more light on the underside of the sword. Do we need to do that on this side? We do need to do that on this side. Like that. And then across the top here. Yeah. Maybe one level brighter, perhaps, maybe. Let's do that here. Yep. Got this over here. Well, that needs a little bit of Indian yellow back in there, so it's a little more thinner than I was kind of hoping for in that. Now let's try to right across the top of this. Also in here, there's another one. Okay, that all makes a bit more sense now. So again, keeping that Indian yellow handy. Now it would be again nice if it was the Williamsburg Indian yellow, but again, this one we're less than still even now less than 24 hours ago. I was still painting this, and basically this is dry. And not something you'd maybe want to put any kind of varnish on or something like that, but it's dry enough to handle, no doubt. A little extra and on the bottom side of that, maybe a couple more hits on the hair. Over here too. That metal there, maybe another little hit over there in the metal. That too. So you can see there's multiple things kind of bouncing around there. Extra light. Bring some of this forward a little here. Yeah, once we have all the object source lighting there, the freehand pretty much becomes a no-go zone. Because that would be a little bit too much visual frenzy right there. You would not be seeing very much of that at all. So that's one of those things where you just kind of go, okay, if we're going to have the source lighting on there, that basically eliminates the possibility of having the freehand on the cloak. Because you could try doing that, but it would be so overpowered by all of this, you would wonder, like, what's this weird stuff on the cloak doing there? Do we want to do a little more here? Here we go. So definitely there's no bushies, nothing like that. I don't even think, do we put any of that on? The Green Knight. I don't think we put any on the Green Knight. I was almost thinking of doing it there, but that is it. Because this is very much, as you can see, an urban landscape here. And well, it's all very much code, right? So yeah, there won't be no tufts or planties on these. I'm trying. I don't think I have. Yeah, there's no tufts on any of the Cyber Arthurian figures there. Recoil. There is not a single one. I just realized that. Yeah. Now, of course, it doesn't. Where's their? Where's my Nimue? Oh, that's. I don't have that one out here, but I do have this one. I do have this one. Uh, this is. We don't necessarily need them. Like they're sculpted in, right? Recoil. Look at that. I just realized. Oh yeah, that's right. Those are actually sculpted in. That's not even. Make it epic basing. Yeah. As Camda says, it's digigrass. Some people might think that's an Australian thing, like a didgeridoo or something there, Camda. Yes, it's digigrass. Well, are we gonna have to have that in our Compass Rose universe, Recoil? Is that what they're gonna play? Oh yeah, I did reduce. I don't know if you saw it, Recoil. I kind of made the size of the playing field much smaller. It was originally gonna be almost probably the size of a little bit smaller than Aussie rules football pitch, so smaller, a little bit smaller than a cricket ground. Ended up making it smaller still because it's something that well, you might need to play it aboard ship, right? So yeah, that became smaller. Initially, there was supposed to be like some ramps that the players could use, but kind of got rid of those two, Recoil again, so that it could be again played in more areas, well, confined spaces, I guess we could say. There we are. Ooh, and there is a Lancelot. I get to use these again, Recoil. It's been a while since I have had a chance to use these, but actually the last time I used them was on Lancelot. Or no, I used them on Mordred. But yeah, we're going to be using some of these on a Lancelot sculpt there. Ooh, we need some light over there too. More light down here, and then one more hit, and then again, this is going to be kind of got a little bit of the yellow in there too. We actually already have those. That's put in the Cyberthuria basing bits, and actually Velfair. To send you some pictures of the Woden basing bits. Oh, that's what I gotta print out. That is something I will be printing out in the overnight hours. Is the Woden basing bits? Gee whiz, I've forgotten all about those. Thanks for reminding me, Velfair. I thought I'd already printed those out. No, I printed out the figures. Now I have to print out all the little basing bits. Well, for episode number 1 of the army painting series, which, wait for it, is basing. Yes. We need our lunch base, right? Recoil. Here we go. Actually, recoil. I'm trying to. I also have to sculpt somehow in the next few days, as I want to sculpt the Waterloo and what the other one, Cold Harbor, so that I can try and print out a much larger version in FDM. Yes, I'm gonna try and print out some starships there, recoil in the FDM too. They're gonna be mega ships, right? Right, recoil. There we go. Go a little bit more light here. right there. Wow, look at this, Camden. It's starting to creep up on a cinco quattro. It's not that far away. Let me get. I don't know if I want. Let me see if I can just do this with this blue here. Is this too dark? No, actually, oh, there we go. That is actually just exactly what I needed. That do a little bit of smoothing right there. That a bit of smoothing right there. Now, some of that over here is nice. I'm not sure what too much more reflected light on the underside of this. I don't think so. That needs more skinny tone, so we'll grab some of this. Now, where's that green? We'll take this. More of that with that blue. Okay. Little more of the again. Get some of this green in here too. It's same thing that's going on with the skin is now going on with the inside of this cloak here. Okay, I just got me 2 fingers on that brush. That's it. And it was kind of neat seeing that that digital map of. Oh, actually, Rico, I now have kind of the first concepts of doing a like a cyber theory or the. Here we go. Basically, a tiny printable version of that. That's yeah. That's what I'm trying. I want to make something that could be printed out, kind of like those little. I think they do them of Minas Tirith. They do them of Edoras. They do them of Rivendell and Minas Morgul, right? Those little, they fit on something that's about maybe, I don't know, a third larger than this. So yeah, I'm trying to work out something like that. Again, I could print it out in FDM because I think if it's just a bunch of spires, right, Valve here, it should just like print vertically. Wouldn't really even need too much with the way it supports. Now, of course, ironically, I took out the point 0.2 nozzle, but I think if it's vertical, this is the stuff that's hard. It's that the horizontal stuff, the vertical stuff tends to print out relatively clean, it seems. No, there we go. Let me lighten you up a little bit, and then some there. Blending brush, we'll just take this here guy and just do something like that. We're just a few seconds away now, Camda. Just seconds away. We did one last night. We had a Cinco Quattro last night. That's right. Almost forgot. Was thinking that we didn't. As we count down the last few seconds. Boom, there we go. 4 hours, 44 minutes, 44 seconds. Doesn't mean anything. Means absolutely nothing. Except the fact that we've been painting this for 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. And again, that's from zero. There was no paint on here whatsoever. There was no source lighting, no non-metallics, no nothing. Yes, and once again, there will not be a Cinco Stinko, right, Camda, unless somebody's been eating too many chocolate-covered raisins. And, well, I don't have any here, so there ain't no chocolate-covered raisins for me to eat. Now, oh gosh, okay, we do, well, alright, we'll just use this. It doesn't matter. We'll just use a smidgeola of this to get this, again, some of the lighter stuff in our cracks here. Had thought about almost do like, maybe a little bit of orangey kind of stuff creeping through base here, but now we got that over here. Let's not do that too. And it was sort of like, the freehand here with, once we're doing this, that pretty much precludes the freehand stuff. No problem, Camda. Again, Camda, just hoping that people are starting to feel better there. Cause that was getting a little bit dicey there. Just I could hear everybody in the background. It sounded like a documentary on some kind of a medieval plague or something. I was waiting to see the carts and all that kind of stuff. I guess for Halloween there, Camda, you'll just have to have that crazy mask with all the charcoal stuff in it, right? Or whatever it was that they had, and all the different spices and stuff. And that crazy little beaky medicine mask there. That's definitely what you'll have to go for as Halloween. Let me reinforce that shadow there. Also something there. Here we go. Get rid of that, and I'm going to take these little brushes, and we're going to try to smooth out some of that. We'll take the orange, we'll take some of the red here, and that will go all the way down here. There. Alright, so you can see that now. That has a little bit of a tint there. Got that reddish tint going. That's some of the Fanchon red. Some of the Puro orange. Nope, more of the orange out there. Not so much of the yellow. Bingo. Yeah, that's a bit better. Let me try that up here as well. Is nice. Down here. Yeah, not on the underside of that. Don't want to do that. No, you know what? Here, let me get the orange again. Because we don't want it, again, don't want that to be too yellowish. Need more of the orange because it's far enough away. The reason why we're getting that kind of glint there is, well, because it's metal. Metal is glinty. Glinty fresh. And then you can see that's kind of fun seeing it through. You can see the light back there through the cloak and such. what about... Nah, let me... There's this. Let me take this. Get that stuffed in here. Same up there, and oh, down here for sure. Yep. We needed that. More of the orange going all the way down through here, and then through here, through there. Now, I wonder, well, let's see. Now we're just gonna, I don't need this. I only need that. A little bit of that. Jeez, that's even more than I needed right there. We've got this. We've got our Indian yellow here. We will start to break these down. Here, more of the Indian yellow again. Right in a couple of these later areas of the fracture here. Let me see what we can do with this. Top of that. Fill something in there. A little reflecting light on the underside of that too. More of the Indian yellow. Again, that was getting a little bit on the peachy side there. Don't want that. Catch a bit of light on the interior of that fracture. This one too. Been waiting a long time to do this because I really wanted this to have a chance to set some more. So have a good night there, Aird. Yep, it is now 4 a.m. here. So appreciate you being there, Aird. Why don't you just one more time, share that link, and congrats on getting that done there, Aird. I'm sure that's a relief to have that out of the way. Again, appreciate the raid too. And everybody, please give Irdican Web a follow. Got that light there. Extra little light coming through there too. So see you later there, Irid. Again, have yourself a good one. Ooh, I'm gonna rivet there. An edge here, and then another edge over here that has nothing on it. Get some there. And find her a bit more of the, again, that super light stuff. For a couple of hits, this part of the sword. Like so. Let me lighten up a little bit more here too. Try this one again. Right there. Okay, that's good. Another one here. Now we're starting to really get that fracture zone working. Try some of that over here. And a little too much paint on there. I'm going to deposit that somewhere else, like over there. All right, now we can try that. Man, that worked. That was successful again. Just kind of deposited a little bit of the paint off to the side. Now we start to approach 5 hours here. Not too shabby for something. Well, it's a wee bit complex there. There was a little bit going on with this one. Let me get some of this white back down here, and let me see if I can get a couple little light things on the stone down there. All right, I think we got it now. Couple extra bits of light here. And again, for the Monday stream, looking to do more of our starships. There's some wooden ships, and I was thinking we would do some of the smaller ships, well, the mid-sized ships at least. Some of the mid-sized ships, some cruisers there. I'm gonna be filming. Ironically, I would be filming the battleship on well, later today because it's Sunday. Sunday is the filming day. I'm very, very happy for our corrupted Arthur now to finally join the rest of his buddies. I'd like to see if I can't do a couple little extra bits of light there. Maybe something along these. Let me hold it this way. Like this here. Not too much of that light there. Alright, that's better. Another touch of light on the other side of this here. There we go. You know what? I'm gonna take this same light here. Now we're talking. More. There's a couple rivets over there we want to get. Let me get the edge of this piece of armor right there. Let me hit the couple little lights on these little holes in the fabric there. Same deal over here. Kind of missing some of those. Still with this really light color right here, just breaking that down again. Never did get the lightest light on the end of his fingers there. as we reach the 5 hour mark, I think I might head on over Zelika's way here. I go with it. Never too many Oreos, right? Recoil. That was it was an emergency requisition. It was an emergency yomp over to the store there to get the Oreos. So appreciate it again, Ahmed. We're sorry that it was just kind of like a. All right, well, we're going live. Sorry that the times have been a little bit weird. I'm gonna zoom out here a little bit more so we can see a bit more of our Arthur. And also have both Arthurs next to each other. So see you later, JD. Here he is. Also, too, the voice is starting to go bye just a little bit. There it is. Look at that. Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference there. Two Arthurs, two very different color schemes, two very different aspects of the same character. So see you later there, Rico. See you later, Cam. Just gonna get the raid countdown started here. It is also chow time. That's you got me thinking about the chow there too. Recoil. So again, that is none too shabby. That worked out pretty darn well. So again, we'll see everybody on Monday. See you later, Margaret. See you later, Recoil. Later, Camden.